December 12th, 1944, afternoon. Stolberg, Germany. My name is Michael Russo, Staff Sergeant, Company B, 2nd Battalion, 3rd Armored Division, 24 years old, South Philadelphia. I'm riding this in the tank right now. Lady Liberty. That's what we call her. Our M4A1 Sherman. She's got her name painted on the turret in white letters. Some clerk back in Ardennes probably thinks that's against regulations, but nobody said anything yet. We're in what they're calling a rest area. Rest. That's a joke. It means we're not actively getting shot at today. It means we get to work on the track that threw yesterday, change the oil, clean the guns, check every bolt and rivet, because if something breaks when you need it, you're dead. I like the mechanical work. Always have. Worked at Baldwin Locomotive Works before the war. There's something honest about a machine. You take care of it, it takes care of you. Parts wear out, you replace them. Oil gets dirty, you change it. Everything has a reason. Everything makes sense. Unlike this war. We've been over here since June, landed 17 days after D-Day, fought through the hedgerows in Normandy. Those were bad, real bad. Then the Falaise Pocket, Belgium. Then that nightmare in the Hurtgen Forest. I don't want to think about the Hurtgen Forest, but we're out of there now. Been in Stolberg for almost a week. Hot chow. A roof over our heads some nights. Time to write letters. Time to sleep without thinking you'll wake up to an 88 round coming through the hull. Let me tell you about my crew. If I don't make it through this war and someone finds this diary, they need to know about these guys. Corporal Jimmy Santos. Gunner, 23 years old, from Boston. Sicilian grandmother who taught him every curse word in Italian. He's got eyes like a hawk. Can spot a panzer at 2,000 yards in fog. Saved our asses more times than I can count. Smokes like a chimney. Always humming some tune or another. PFC Eddie Kowalski. Loader. 20 years old. Milwaukee. Big Polish kid. Strong as an ox. Has to be. Those 75mm shells weigh 14 pounds each. He can load 5 rounds in a minute when things get hot. Quieter than Jimmy. Keeps a rosary in his pocket. I've seen him praying over it at night. PFC Danny O'Reilly. Driver. 19 years old. Brooklyn. Red hair. Freckles. Looks about 16. Best driver I've ever seen. Can thread this 30-ton tank through a gap you'd swear was too narrow. Plays harmonica when we're stopped. Irish songs mostly. Makes me homesick. PFC Henry Culver. Bow gunner and assistant driver. 22 years old. From some farm in Virginia. Quiet. Real quiet. I mean, really doesn't talk much at all. But steady, dependable. When things go bad, Hank doesn't panic. Just does his job. And then there's me. Tank commander. Which sounds impressive until you realize it means I'm the one who has to decide which way to go, when to shoot, when to run. The one who has to live with it when I make the wrong call. I've had 7 men die under my command since Normandy. 7. 3 in my first tank. She got hit by a Panther outside Caen. I was the only one who got out. 4 more in the second tank. Direct hit from an 88. Gone in an instant. This crew. Jimmy, Eddie, Danny, Hank. These 4. We've been together since September. 3 months. That's a lifetime in a tank. I promised myself I'd get them home. Today was good. Routine maintenance. We replaced the left track. She'd been squeaking something fierce. Took us 4 hours in the cold, but she runs smooth now. Changed the oil in the engine. Checked the transmission. Lubricated the turret ring. Cleaned the main gun. The breech, the barrel, every moving part. Inspected every round of ammunition. Counted them. We've got 47 rounds of armor-piercing, 22 high explosive, 4 white phosphorus. The work is good, keeps your hands busy, keeps your mind from wandering to bad places. We got mail call this afternoon, first time in 2 weeks. I got 3 letters from Dorothy Sullivan. My girl back in Philadelphia. We're engaged. Have been since April 1943, right before I shipped out. She sent me a photograph. New one. She's wearing this blue dress she bought for church. She looks beautiful. Dark hair pinned up. That smile. God, I miss that smile. She wrote about the neighborhood, her job at the factory, My sister Angela doing good in school. My little brother Tony playing stickball in the street. Normal things. Things that feel like they're from another planet right now. I wrote her back. Told her about the weather. About getting hot chow. About Danny's harmonica playing. Didn't tell her about the Hurtgen forest. Didn't tell her about waking up at night in a cold sweat. Didn't tell her that sometimes I can still smell burning flesh days after a tank brews up. What's the point? She can't fix it, and she'd just worry. My father wrote too. Giuseppe Russo. Runs the corner grocery store on 9th Street. His English still isn't perfect even after 30 years in America, but I could hear his voice in every line. Proud of me. Worried about me. Told me to stay safe. Told me to come home. I'm trying, Pop. I'm trying. There's a rumor going around that the war might be over by Christmas. 4 more weeks. The Germans are finished, they say. Running out of everything. Oil, ammunition, men. We've pushed them all the way back to their own border. Past it in some places. Maybe it's true. Maybe we'll be home by spring. Jimmy dealt poker tonight. I lost $3. Eddie cleaned up. Won $37 off the whole platoon. Kids got a poker face like nobody's business. We shared a can of peaches someone's mom sent from Iowa. Sweetest thing I've tasted in months. We passed the can around, each took a few slices. Eddie used his bayonet to cut them up smaller so everyone got equal shares. That's what it's like. Everything's shared. Food, smokes, hope, fear. Danny played his harmonica after. I'll be home for Christmas. Bing Crosby song. Everyone got real quiet, just listened. You could hear guys in other tents and tanks humming along. If only in my dreams. Yeah, that's about right. It's getting dark now. Cold. My fingers are stiff. The pen keeps wanting to slip. We've got formation tomorrow morning at 0800. Probably more maintenance. Maybe some training exercises. The usual. Maybe they're right. Maybe the worst is over. Maybe we've seen the last of the bad fights. God, I hope so. Entry 2, December 14th, 1944, evening. Stolberg. Short entry tonight. I'm exhausted but happy. Good kind of tired. The kind you get from honest work, not from fear and running. We got the day off, sort of. Light maintenance only, checked fluids, topped off the fuel, test fired the guns. Everything running smooth. But the best part, the absolute best part, hot shower. Real honest-to-God hot water. They set up these portable shower units in town. You get maybe 5 minutes under the spray, but I swear it was better than anything. Washed away a month of grime and sweat and worse. Clean uniform too. Well, relatively clean. The quartermaster had a stack of uniforms that got laundered. Mine's a little big, but I don't care. Just to have something that doesn't smell like diesel and death. Jimmy's been teaching me Italian curse words. His grandmother's specialty. I won't write them down because I'm a good Catholic boy, and my mother would murder me if she ever read this. But they're creative, real creative. Jimmy says if you're going to curse, you might as well do it with style. We had turkey for dinner, turkey, and actual mashed potatoes. And gravy, real gravy. And these canned cranberries that probably came from Massachusetts or somewhere. It was like Thanksgiving all over again. The mess sergeant said they're trying to make it nice for Christmas. Get everyone's spirits up. It worked. The whole company was laughing and joking. Felt almost normal. I went to church this afternoon. They set up a chapel in one of the buildings that didn't get hit too bad. The padre said mass. Maybe 40 of us there. Catholics mostly. Some Protestants came too. I prayed. Really prayed. Not the quick stuff you say when shells are falling. Real prayer. Thanked God for keeping me alive this long. Asked him to watch over Dot and my family. Asked him to watch over my guys. Asked him to let this war end soon. Is that selfish? To pray for the war to end when there's still so much fighting to do? When there's still Germans who need to be beaten? I don't know. I just want to go home. I wrote a long letter to Dot tonight. 6 pages. Told her about my plans for after the war. I want to open a garage. Russo's garage. Fix cars, trucks, maybe some machinery. I know engines. I understand them. And Philadelphia's going to need good mechanics when all the boys come home with cars that have been sitting in driveways for years. I told her about the house I want to buy. Nothing fancy, just a little place. Maybe in the northeast. 2 bedrooms. A garage in back where I can work. A yard for kids to play in. Kids. I told her I want 3, maybe 4 if she's willing. I want a house full. I want noise and laughter and little feet running around. I want everything I can't have here. She wrote back about wedding plans. Her mother is already talking about the church. St. Monica's probably. Where both our families go. Even though her mother's Irish and mine's Italian, and there was a time when that would have been a scandal. But the war changes things. You realize what matters and what doesn't. My mother loves Dot. Treats her like the daughter she never had besides Angela. And Dot's mother came around after she saw I was serious. We're going to make it work. We have to. Hank Culver carved these little wooden figures today. He's good with a knife. Real artistic. He made this little tank that actually looks like a Sherman. Made one for each of us. Gave me mine and said Merry Christmas early. I didn't know what to say. It's beautiful. Tiny but perfect. He even carved the name on the side. Lady Liberty. These guys. My crew. They're more than just soldiers I work with. They're brothers. I heard artillery fire today. Distant. To the south. Maybe 15, 20 miles away. But everyone says it's nothing. Just the usual probing attacks the Germans do. They're desperate, trying to make us think they're stronger than they are. Intelligence officer gave a briefing this morning, said the Germans are finished, depleted, no oil, no reserves. The last SS divisions got chopped up in the Hurtgen forest. It's just a matter of time now. Christmas is in 11 days. 11 days. I keep thinking about home. The smell of my mom's kitchen. Tomato sauce simmering on the stove. Garlic bread. The way the whole house smells like Sunday dinner. Angela's letters have been funny. She's 16 now. Writes about boys at school. About her friends. About wanting to be a teacher someday. Normal teenage stuff. It's nice. Reminds me that there's a world where people aren't trying to kill each other. Tony's letters are mostly drawings. He's 12, draws pictures of tanks and planes, wants to be a pilot when he grows up. I wrote back and told him to be anything but a soldier, be a teacher, a doctor, a mechanic. Anything but this. This is no way to live. Danny's playing harmonica again. You are my sunshine. Everyone's singing along, even Hank, and I've never heard him sing before. Maybe tomorrow we'll play some baseball. There's enough guys for a pickup game. I used to catch for a semi-pro team back home. God, I miss baseball. The crack of the bat, the smell of the grass, the sun on your face. Normal things. I miss normal things. The lights are going out soon. We're supposed to maintain blackout discipline even here, even in a rest area. The Germans have night bombers sometimes, but tonight feels peaceful. No engines running, no guns firing, just men resting. Maybe the scuttlebutt is right. Maybe we have seen the worst of it. I'm going to sleep now. Real sleep, in a real bed, or at least a cot, which is close enough. Tomorrow's another day of maintenance and waiting. I can handle that. Entry 3. December 15th, 1944, late evening, Stolberg. Something's wrong. I can feel it. In my gut. The same way I could feel it before the ambush at Mortain. The same way I knew something was off before the Germans counterattacked at Soissons. You develop an instinct for these things. After enough time in combat, you learn to read the signs, the weight of the air, the way officers talk, the things they're not saying. We had a regimental briefing this afternoon. Battalion commanders, company commanders, all the staff officers. I wasn't in it. I'm just a staff sergeant. But word spreads fast in an outfit like ours. Unusual German activity in the Ardennes sector. That's what they said. The Ardennes. That's south of us. Belgium. Thick forests, winding roads, not much there except trees and little villages. The Germans have been moving troops there. Fresh troops. Well equipped. Intelligence captured some prisoners in patrol actions. The prisoners were clean, well fed, wearing new uniforms. Not the starving, exhausted wrecks we've been capturing for months. They had new weapons, ammunition, vehicles with full fuel tanks. The intelligence officer said it's probably just a spoiling attack. The Germans are desperate. They want to disrupt our supply lines, make us think they're stronger than they are. Nothing to worry about. Defensive measures only. But there's always a but. The junior officers look nervous. I saw Lieutenant Harrison from Able Company. He's usually calm, professional. Today he was chain smoking. His hands were shaking a little. Captain Morrison called us squad leaders and tank commanders in after the briefing. Told us to make sure our tanks are topped off with fuel. Full ammunition load. Check everything twice. Be ready to move on short notice. When I asked him what short notice meant, he just said to be ready. That's not nothing. That's not routine. I checked Lady Liberty top to bottom this afternoon. Fuel tanks full. Oil clean. Transmission working smooth. All 47 rounds of AP loaded and secured. 22 HE rounds. 4 Willie Pete. The 50 cal on the turret has 600 rounds. The 30 cal bow gun has 3,000. I checked every link in both tracks. Adjusted the tension. Lubricated every fitting. Tested the radio. Made sure every sight and periscope was clean. Jimmy cleaned the main gun until you could eat off the breech. Eddie organized the ammunition so he could grab any type of round in the dark. Danny went over every inch of the controls. Hank checked the bow gun 3 times. Nobody said anything. But we all felt it. After dinner, I walked around the perimeter. The other crews were doing the same thing. Everyone was checking their vehicles, checking equipment. The guys who weren't on duty were writing letters. That's never a good sign. When soldiers start writing letters during rest time, it means they think they might not get another chance. I saw Private Jackson from 2nd Platoon, kids maybe 18. He was sitting on his tank's track, writing on his knee. His hand was shaking. When he saw me looking, he wiped his eyes quick and went back to writing. The artillery fire to the south has been heavier today, not just probing attacks. This sounds sustained, like a real barrage. You can hear it if you go outside, a constant low rumble, like distant thunder that won't stop. The sky flickers sometimes. Orange light on the horizon. That's not lightning. I asked Sergeant Kowalski from 3rd Platoon. He's been in since North Africa, seen everything. He was standing outside his tank, smoking, watching the horizon. I said, "What do you think, Ski?" He took a long drag on his cigarette. Didn't look at me. Just kept watching the sky flicker. He said, "I think we're about to get hit, and I think it's going to be bad." Then he flicked his cigarette away and went to check his ammunition. I tried to sleep earlier. Couldn't. Lay in my bedroll, staring at the ceiling of the tank. The metal is cold. You can hear it creaking when the temperature drops. Usually that sound is comforting. Tonight it just made me think about how thin armor is. 2 inches of steel plate between us and a high-velocity tank round. Might as well be paper. Danny was playing his harmonica again tonight, but it wasn't the happy songs. It was slow, melancholy. When Johnny Comes Marching Home, the sad version, the one that makes you think about all the Johnnies who won't come marching home. We played poker. Nobody's heart was in it. Eddie won again, but nobody cared. Jimmy kept checking his watch. Hank was quiet, even quieter than usual. Around 2200 hours, we heard trucks moving, a lot of trucks, heading south, supply convoys probably, or reinforcements moving to wherever the Germans are pushing. Captain Morrison came by at 2300, told us to get some sleep. We might be moving tomorrow, or the day after, or maybe not at all. Just be ready. I hate waiting. I hate not knowing. In combat, at least you know what's happening. You're fighting or you're not. You're alive or you're dead. But this is purgatory. I keep thinking about Dot, about the photograph she sent, the blue dress, her smile. I keep thinking about the life we're planning, the garage, the house, the kids. I keep thinking maybe I should have told her more in my letters. Maybe I should have been honest about how scared I get sometimes. How I wake up at night hearing the screams from the tank crews who burned. How I smell diesel fuel and my stomach turns because it smells like death now. But what would be the point? She can't help. She'd just worry more. I wrote her another letter tonight. Didn't mail it. Just folded it up and put it in my jacket pocket. It says everything I should have said before. How much I love her, how she's the only thing that keeps me sane over here, how if something happens to me, she should know she made me happy, happier than I deserved. I'll mail it tomorrow. Or maybe I won't. Superstition. Like writing a last letter is tempting fate. Baseball season's over back home. The Cardinals won the World Series, beat the Browns 4-2. I missed the whole season, missed everything. I used to catch for the South Philly Sluggers. Saturday games, Sunday sometimes. I was good, not good enough for the majors, but good enough for semi-pro. I loved it. The weight of the mitt, the crouch behind the plate, calling pitches, the way a fastball pops when it hits the leather just right. That feels like 100 years ago. The Padre came around tonight doing rounds, asked if anyone wanted to talk. I almost said yes. But what would I say? That I'm scared? That I think something bad is coming? He knows. They all know. Instead, I just said a prayer, Father. He put his hand on my shoulder, said, Son, God sees all. He knows your heart. Trust in him. I nodded. He moved on. I do trust in God. I do. But I also know that good men die in war. Men with faith. Men with families. Men who deserve to live. Lieutenant Morrison was a good Catholic. Went to Mass every Sunday no matter what. Had a wife and 2 kids back in Philadelphia. Knew my neighborhood. His tank took a direct hit from a Panther 2 months ago. I helped pull what was left of him out of the turret. So faith doesn't make you bulletproof. But maybe it makes dying easier. I don't know. I'm going to try to sleep now. My watch is from 0300 to 0430. Guard duty. 2-hour shift. Then maybe another hour of sleep before dawn formation. The artillery is still rumbling to the south. Constant. Unending. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe I'm just jumpy. 3 months with the same crew has made me paranoid. I want to get them home so bad that every shadow looks like a threat. Maybe tomorrow we'll laugh about this. Maybe the intelligence officer was right. Spoiling attack. Defensive posture. Nothing to worry about. But my gut says different. And in this war, you learn to trust your gut. 7 innings down, that's what I told the guys tonight. We're in the 7th inning. The game's almost over. Just a little bit longer. Hope we make it to the 9th. Entry 4, December 16th, 1944, 0530 hours. Stolberg. I'm writing this fast. My hand is shaking. We're mounting up in 15 minutes. I'll try to explain what just happened. I was on guard duty, 0300 to 0430. Standing next to Lady Liberty in the dark. Cold as hell. Stars out. Clear sky. Quiet except for that distant artillery rumble to the south that's been going on for 2 days. Around 0330, the rumble got louder. Not just louder, different. Heavier, like a continuous rolling thunder that doesn't stop. I thought maybe it was just wind carrying the sound better. Or maybe I was tired and imagining things. Then the sky to the south lit up. Orange and red flickering. Like summer lightning but constant. The whole horizon was glowing. I woke up Sergeant Palmer. He's the senior NCO on duty. He took one look and his face went white. Even in the dark I could see it. He said, Jesus Christ, and ran for the company CP. Within 10 minutes the whole battalion was awake. Engines starting. Officers running everywhere. Radio chatter going crazy. Captain Morrison found me at 0400. He was putting on his gear while he talked. He said the Germans launched a major offensive. Entire Ardennes sector. Massive artillery barrage started at 0530 local. That would have been 0430 our time. Our 8th Corps sector got hit by multiple panzer divisions. I said, how bad? He said, we don't know yet. Communications are spotty. Some units aren't answering. The Germans might have broken through in several places. Then he said, get your crew ready. We're moving out at 0700. Maybe sooner. That was an hour ago. I woke my guys. They knew before I said anything. You could hear it in the air, the engines starting across the whole camp, the urgency in the officers' voices. We're running final checks now. Lady Liberty is ready, fuel full, ammo loaded, everything tight. The artillery barrage to the south is massive. I mean massive, the biggest I've ever heard. And I was at Falaise. This makes Falaise sound like firecrackers. Word is spreading through the battalion. The rumors are flying. Some guys are saying the Germans committed everything. Their last reserves. 12 panzer divisions. Maybe more. SS divisions. The whole works. Some guys are saying the 8th Corps got overrun. Whole regiments cut off or destroyed. Some guys are saying the Germans are heading for Antwerp, trying to split the 1st and 2nd armies, cut off our supplies. I don't know what's true, but I know that orange glow on the horizon isn't routine, and I know that officers don't look that scared unless it's serious. Jimmy is chain smoking. He's on his 6th cigarette in an hour. Eddie is praying. His rosary is in his hands, and his lips are moving, but no sound is coming out. Danny keeps checking his controls. over and over, testing the throttle, the clutch, the gears. Like if he checks them enough times, they'll be more ready than they already are. Hank is just sitting on the turret, staring south, not saying anything. I asked him, "You okay, Hank?" He didn't look at me. Just said I was in the Ardennes in 43, training exercises, bad country for tanks, narrow roads, thick forest, easy to get ambushed. Then he went back to staring. The sun is starting to come up now, gray light in the east. The orange glow to the south is still visible even with dawn breaking. Other units are already moving out. I can hear them. Columns of trucks, tanks, half-tracks, all heading south. We're in the second wave. Our battalion gets the order at 0700 unless it changes. I should eat something. There's K rations in my bag. But my stomach feels like it's in a knot. I don't think I could keep anything down. My mouth is dry. My hands are cold. There's this tight feeling in my chest that won't go away. I know this feeling. I felt it before Normandy, before the first time we went into combat, before every major engagement. It's fear, pure fear. Not panic, not terror, just this cold, clear knowledge that we're about to go into something bad, something really bad. And some of us won't come back. Maybe none of us will come back. I checked my pistol. M1911, 7 rounds in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. It's regulation to carry it. But everyone knows pistols don't do much against tanks. They're really for one thing. If your tank gets hit and you're burning and you can't get out, you use the pistol on yourself. Better than burning alive. I've never written that down before. Never admitted it out loud. But it's true. Every tanker knows it. We just don't talk about it. The Padre is going around giving quick blessings. He stopped at Lady Liberty, made the sign of the cross over the tank, over each of us. He said, "May God watch over you boys. Fight well. Stay alive." Then he moved on to the next tank. I asked Jimmy, "You scared?" He looked at me. His hands were shaking. He said, "Yeah, Sarge, I'm scared shitless." I said, "Me too." Eddie heard us. He said, "We all are." Danny added, "But we got each other, right? We got the lady. She'll get us through." Hank just nodded. I said, "Listen, whatever happens out there, we stick together. We watch each other's backs. We keep the lady running. And we come home. All 5 of us." Understood. They all said, "Yes, Sarge," but I could see it in their eyes. The same thing I feel. This is different. This isn't like France. This isn't like Belgium. This is the Germans throwing everything at us. One last desperate gamble, and desperate men fight harder than anyone. Captain Morrison just walked past. He saw me writing. He said, "Rousseau, mount up. We move in 10 minutes. I said, "Yes, sir." So this is it. Somewhere south of here, the whole world is burning. The Germans are punching through our lines. Men are dying by the hundreds, maybe thousands. And we're about to drive straight into it. If I don't make it back, if someone finds this diary, tell my family I love them. Tell Dot I'm sorry. Tell her to find someone else, someone who can give her the life I promised. Tell my crew's families they were brave, the bravest guys I ever knew. I can hear Captain Morrison shouting, "Time to go. Madonna mia, Dio ci aiuti. God help us all." Entry 5, December 17th, 1944, morning. Somewhere in Belgium. I think. I don't even know where we are. We've been moving since yesterday morning. South. Always south. On these narrow Belgian roads that weren't meant for tank columns, everything is chaos. Let me try to explain what the last 30 hours have been like. We left Stolberg at 07:15 yesterday. The whole battalion, 54 tanks, support vehicles. We were supposed to link up with 1st Army units somewhere near the breakthrough sector, help contain the German advance. Nobody knew what we were driving into. The radio traffic was insane. Contradictory reports, some units saying they were holding, some units not responding at all. The Germans were using captured American radios, captured jeeps, captured uniforms. Nobody knew who was who. We moved south through the morning, passed through towns that were supposed to be safe, but the civilians were fleeing north, streams of them, old people, women, kids, everything they owned piled on wagons or strapped to their backs. They looked terrified. One old woman grabbed my arm when we stopped for a moment. She was speaking French. I don't speak French, but I understood enough. The Germans were coming. SS troops. They were shooting civilians, massacring people. I didn't know if she was exaggerating. War makes people panic, makes them see things worse than they are. But her eyes, God, her eyes. We kept moving. Around 1400 hours yesterday, we started seeing American vehicles heading north. Trucks, jeeps, half-tracks, all moving fast, too fast, some without their equipment, some without their weapons. That's when we knew it was bad, really bad. When you see American troops running, you know something broke. We passed a field hospital that was packing up. In the middle of an evacuation, doctors and nurses loading wounded men onto trucks as fast as they could, blood everywhere. Men screaming. A nurse ran up to us. She was maybe 25. Her uniform was soaked with blood. She begged us for help, said they had 60 wounded they couldn't move, asked if we had room. Captain Morrison said no. Orders are to move south to the front. Can't take wounded. She started crying. Said the Germans would be here in hours. Said please, please. We kept moving. I can still see her face. Around 1700 hours we started hearing gunfire. Not artillery. Small arms. Close. Within a few miles. We buttoned up. All hatches closed. That's when you know things are serious. You lose visibility but gain protection. Trade eyes for armor. Inside the tank it's loud. The engine roar. The track clatter. The radio static. Everyone yelling to be heard. Your breath fogs up the periscope. You can't see much, just narrow slices of the world through vision blocks. It's like being in a steel coffin. A moving coffin that other people are trying to blow up. We took a secondary road. Orders from command. The main roads were clogged with refugees and retreating units. We needed to get forward faster. That's when we saw our first German tank. It was dusk, getting dark. The road went through a stretch of forest, thick trees on both sides, narrow, maybe 20 feet wide. The lead tank in our column, 2nd Platoon, rounded a bend. Immediately there was firing. The distinctive crack of an 88, the lead tank got hit. Direct hit to the front glacis. The round must have penetrated because a second later the tank exploded, not just caught fire. Exploded. The turret flew off. Ammunition cooking off like fireworks. The radio erupted. Everyone screaming, German tank, where? Jimmy was already scanning through the gunner's sight. I was trying to see through my periscope. The smoke from the burning tank made it impossible. Then I saw it. A panther, maybe 300 yards ahead, sitting at an angle to the road, hull down behind an embankment. Just the turret and gun visible. I yelled panther. 3 o'clock. 300 yards. AP round. Eddie slammed an armor-piercing round into the breech. Jimmy was already on target. I said, fire. The whole tank rocked backward. The noise inside is incredible. It's not just loud. It's a physical assault. Your ears ring. Your teeth rattle. I saw the tracer from our round arc out. Saw it hit the Panther's turret face. Spark. Ricochet. Jimmy said, fuck. No pen. The Panther fired again. Hit the second tank in our column. Right through the side. That tank started burning too. I said, back up. Danny, back us up now. Danny threw it into reverse. We started backing down the road. The Panther fired again. The round went over us. Close enough I heard it pass. 2 more of our tanks got into position. They fired almost simultaneously. 1 round hit the Panther's front glacis. No penetration. But the second round hit the turret ring, right where the turret meets the hull. The Panther stopped moving. We kept reversing until we were around the bend. Out of line of sight. 2 tanks gone. 10 men. In maybe 90 seconds, Captain Morrison came over the radio. He said the road was blocked by burning tanks. We needed to find another route. We spent the next 4 hours trying to navigate back roads in the dark. Got lost twice. Nearly ran into what might have been a German column. Hard to tell. Everyone's paranoid now. We finally stopped around midnight, set up in a field next to a destroyed Belgian village. No lights, no fires, just cold K rations and coffee that tasted like diesel. I tried to sleep. Couldn't. Every sound made me jump. expecting German infiltrators, expecting artillery, expecting everything. The sky to the east kept lighting up, orange and red. The artillery hasn't stopped. 36 hours now of continuous bombardment. How many shells is that? How many tons of explosives? How many men dying under that barrage? This morning we got new orders. The front is fluid. That's the word they used. Fluid. That's military speak for we don't know where the Germans are, and we don't know where our guys are, and everything is falling apart. We're supposed to head toward Bastogne. That's a town in Belgium. Small. Nothing special. But it's a road junction. 5 roads meet there. Whoever holds Bastogne controls movement through this whole sector. Intelligence says the Germans are trying to cut off Bastogne, surround it. Maybe they already have. Communications are spotty. We're about 20 miles north. Orders are to push south. Help widen the corridor. Keep the roads open. But we're hearing rumors. Bad rumors. A massacre. American POWs. The Germans machine-gunned them. Maybe 80 men. Just lined them up and shot them. Near some town called Mamedi. I don't know if it's true. In war, rumors spread fast. Gets exaggerated. But if it is true. If the SS is executing prisoners, that changes things. That means no surrender. That means you fight to the death, because capture means death anyway. The guys are rattled. Everyone is. This isn't like France. In France we were advancing, winning. This is different. This is getting pushed back, getting hit, not knowing where the enemy is or how many there are. Jimmy hasn't smiled in 2 days. He just chain smokes and stares. Eddie's rosary hasn't left his hands. Danny keeps humming to himself. Nervous habit. Same 3 notes over and over. Hank is the calmest. But that's almost worse. He's too calm. Like he's already accepted something. We're moving out in 30 minutes. Heading south toward Bastogne. Toward the fighting. I can hear the artillery. Constant. Like thunder that never ends. My chest feels tight. My hands are cold and clammy. But it's not the weather. It's fear. We're driving into hell. And I don't know if we're coming back out. Entry 6. December 18th, 1944, sometime past midnight. I don't know where. Eddie's arm is broken, maybe, or fractured. He won't let me send him back. I need to write this down while it's fresh, while I can still think. We made contact with a German armored column this morning. Big one. Maybe 40 vehicles, tanks, half-tracks, trucks. They were moving west, fast, trying to get around Bastogne, cut it off from the north. We hit them around 0930. Our whole company, 18 tanks against maybe 15 or 20 German tanks, mix of Panzer IVs and Panthers, tank battle, open field, maybe 800 yards between us and them. I can't describe what it's like. I've been in tank battles before. But this was different, bigger, more confused. Imagine, you're looking through a tiny periscope, vision like looking through a straw, everything shaking from the engine, the gun firing, the noise so loud you can't think. You see movement, dark shapes. Is that a tank, a truck, a tree? Everything looks the same through the smoke and fog. Jimmy's yelling targets, Danny's trying to keep us moving, zigzagging. Tanks are hard to hit if you keep moving. Eddie's loading as fast as he can, 14-pound shells, grab, load, close breech, 14 seconds if you're good. Eddie's good. He was doing it in 12. I'm trying to command, pick targets, decide which threats to engage, keep track of where everyone is, keep us alive. The Germans fired first, one of their Panthers, maybe 600 yards out. The round went wide, missed by maybe 3 feet. Close enough I felt it pass through the air. I said target, Panther, 11 o'clock, 600 yards, AP. Eddie slammed the round home. Jimmy was already laid on, barrel tracking. I said fire. We hit it, right on the turret face. I saw the spark, saw the shell fragment. No penetration. The armor was too thick. The Panther fired again. This time it hit Lieutenant Parker's tank. 3rd platoon, direct hit through the front. His tank lit up like a torch. Ammunition cooking off, no one got out. We kept firing. 4 rounds. 5. Jimmy hit the Panther twice more. Still no penetration. The frontal armor on those things is 80 millimeters thick. Our 75 millimeter gun can't punch through it from the front. Another Panther hit Sergeant Kowalski's tank. Second platoon. Clean penetration. That tank brewed up too. We started moving, trying to get an angle on the Panthers. You can't kill them from the front. You have to hit them from the side or rear. The side armor is thinner. Danny threw us into a wide turn. The tank was moving maybe 20 miles an hour. Fast for a Sherman. The whole vehicle was bucking and jolting over the rough ground. A German Panzer IV took a shot at us. Hit our turret. Right side, glancing blow. The shell hit at an angle and ricocheted. But the impact, Jesus Christ, the impact. The whole tank rang like a bell. The loudest sound I've ever heard. My ears started ringing. Still ringing now. Can't hear right out of my left ear. Inside the turret, everything came loose. Gear flew around. The impact knocked Eddie into the breach. His right arm got caught between the recoil guard and the turret wall. He screamed. I heard it even over the ringing in my ears. I yelled, "You okay?" He said, "I think my arm's broken." I said, "Can you load?" He said, yeah, I can load. And he did. His arm was hanging wrong. I could see it even in the dark interior. But he kept loading. Left-handed, slower, but he kept going. We finally got around behind the Panthers. Maybe 400 yards. Side shot. Jimmy hit one right behind the turret, where the engine is. It started smoking. The crew bailed out. We hit another. Side penetration, ammunition explosion. The turret lifted off and flipped over. But we lost 6 tanks in that fight. 6 out of 18. A third of our company. 70 men in those 6 tanks. Maybe 15 got out alive. The rest burned. I watched one crew trying to escape their tank. The driver made it out. The bow gunner made it out. Then the ammunition cooked off and the flames shot out of every hatch. The commander and gunner and loader were still inside. Their screaming stopped after maybe 30 seconds. Felt like hours. After the battle, we rallied, counted our tanks, checked our ammunition. We'd expended maybe 20 rounds. Still had 27 AP rounds left. Plenty of HE. Eddie's arm was swelling, turning purple. He couldn't move his fingers. I said, "You need to go to an aid station." He said, "No, you need a loader." "I can still load." I said, "Eddie, you're hurt. You need a doctor." He said, "I'm not leaving you guys. I'm not leaving Lady Liberty." "I can load left-handed." "I'm fine." Jimmy backed him up, said, "We need him, Sarge. He's hurt, but he's functional. We lose him, we get a replacement. Replacement doesn't know us, doesn't know the tank, gets us all killed." I said, "Eddie, if it gets worse, you go back." No arguments. He agreed. So we kept going. Toward Bastogne. Through the afternoon. The roads are clogged. Columns of vehicles trying to go every direction. Nobody knows where anyone is supposed to be. The radio is chaos. Different units calling for support, calling for ammunition, calling for medics. Some units aren't calling at all, just silence where they should be. We passed burned out American tanks all afternoon. Shermans, Stuarts, tank destroyers, all destroyed. Some still smoking, some with bodies lying next to them. The Germans are good, really good. Their tanks are better, their guns are better. The only advantages we have are numbers and air support. But the weather is shit. Heavy clouds, fog, snow. The planes can't fly. So we don't have air support. It's just us. On the ground. In tanks that are outmatched by German armor. We stopped around 1800 hours. Set up defensive positions on a crossroads. Orders are to hold here through the night. Stop any German advances. Eddie's arm is bad. Really bad. He won't admit it, but I can see he's in pain. His face is gray. Sweating even though it's freezing. I asked him again. I said, "Eddie, you need to go back. Please." He said, "Tomorrow." "If it's not better tomorrow, I'll go. Promise." I don't believe him. But I can't force him. And the truth is, we do need him. Trained tank crews are worth their weight in gold. Replacements take weeks to learn how to work together. Weeks we don't have. I'm writing this by candlelight, inside the tank. It's freezing. My breath comes out in clouds. The metal is so cold it burns to touch. Danny is trying to sleep. Curled up in the driver's seat, he looks like a kid. He is a kid. 19 years old, Jimmy is on watch outside. Smoking, always smoking. Hank is cleaning his 30 cal, methodical, focused. That's how he deals with stress. Work, keep busy. Eddie is sitting with his arm cradled against his chest, eyes closed, breathing shallow. I can smell cordite still, from the firing today, and burned metal, and something else. Something sweet and awful that I know is burned flesh. It clings to your clothes, your skin. You can't wash it off. We saw them die today. Lieutenant Parker, Sergeant Kowalski, men I knew. Men I served with for months. 1 minute they were talking on the radio, next minute they were just gone, just burning metal and screaming that cut off mid-scream. That's what this war is. 1 second you're alive, the next you're not. No ceremony, no dignity. Just sudden violent death. I keep thinking, what if that was us? What if that round hadn't glanced off? What if it had penetrated? We'd all be dead right now. All 5 of us, burning in that metal coffin. I asked Jimmy earlier. I said, you scared? He said, every second. I said, it doesn't go away, does it? The fear. He said, no, it doesn't. You just learn to function anyway. That's the truth. You're terrified all the time. But you do your job. You give orders. You follow orders. You keep moving. Because if you stop, if you let the fear win, you die. The artillery is still constant. I can hear it right now. That low thunder that never stops. How many days has it been now? 3? 4? Time is blurring together. I keep thinking about Dot, about her smile in that photograph, about the life we're supposed to have, the garage, the house, the kids. That feels like fantasy now, like something from a dream. How do you go from this? From death and fire and terror to normal life? How do you sit at a dinner table and eat meatloaf and talk about the weather when you've watched men burn alive? How does that work? I don't know. But I have to believe it's possible. Because if it's not, if this is all there is, then what the hell are we fighting for? My hands are shaking. They haven't stopped shaking since this morning. I prayed earlier. Hail Mary, full of grace. Over and over. Until the words lost meaning, Father Maloney always said God protects the righteous, that good men are watched over. But Lieutenant Parker was a good man, good Catholic, had a wife, 2 kids, went to Mass every Sunday, and he burned to death in his tank today. So where was God then? I don't know. I don't have answers. I'm just a mechanic from South Philadelphia who thought he understood how the world worked. Turns out I don't understand anything. We move out at 0600. Another day, another push south. I'm going to try to sleep. 2 hours maybe. That's all anyone gets. In 2 hours I'll wake up and we'll do this all again. And maybe we'll live through tomorrow. Maybe we won't. That's all there is now. Maybe we'll live. Maybe we won't. Madonna mia, Dio ci aiuti. God help us all. Entry 7. December 19th, 1944, evening. Somewhere near Bastogne. Orders keep changing. Every hour. New objectives, new routes. Nobody knows what the hell is going on. We're part of a task force now. 3 companies of tanks. 2 companies of armored infantry. Artillery support, engineers, all mixed together and attached to Combat Command B. The idea is flexible response, move fast, hit where needed, block German advances. The reality is chaos, complete chaos. This morning we moved south, got maybe 5 miles before the lead elements ran into German roadblocks. We had to reverse, find another route. Then we moved east. Got maybe 3 miles before intel said there were German tanks in that area. Reversed again. Finally ended up here. Wherever here is. Some Belgian village whose name I can't pronounce. Half the buildings are destroyed. The other half are abandoned. The Germans are using captured American vehicles. That's the word going around. They've got jeeps with American markings. Trucks with American markings. Hell, they've even got guys in American uniforms. Operation Grief. That's what someone called it. The Germans have special units whose job is to infiltrate our lines, cause confusion, misdirect traffic, cut communications. So now everyone's paranoid. Every jeep that comes by gets stopped, challenged with passwords, asked questions only Americans would know. What's the capital of Illinois? Who won the World Series? Who's married to Betty Grable? Some poor supply clerk from Texas got detained for 2 hours this afternoon because he couldn't remember who won the World Series. Kid was almost in tears. He said he didn't follow baseball. The MPs finally let him go. But it shows how jumpy everyone is. We saw something this afternoon that I can't stop thinking about. We were moving through a destroyed town. I don't know the name. Everything was rubble. Some buildings still smoking from recent shelling. There was a body in the road. American soldier, sergeant from the 116th Infantry. He was lying on his back, arms spread out, 3 bullet holes in his chest. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was his face. They'd shot him in the face after he was dead. To make identification harder, Captain Morrison stopped, looked at the body, looked at the bullet holes. He said, "That's an execution. Those are pistol rounds. 9mm, German." Then he said, "Keep moving." We left him there. No time for burials. No time for anything. That's what the rumor is true. The Germans are executing prisoners. The Malmedy massacre is real. SS troops machine-gunned 84 American POWs. The word is spreading through the whole army now. No surrender to SS units. Fight to the death. Because surrender means death anyway. That changes things. That makes this different. This isn't just war. This is something else. I saw a lieutenant from Able Company this afternoon. He was loading his .45, checking it, making sure it was ready. I said, "Planning to use that?" He looked at me. His eyes were hard. He said, "I'm not burning alive, and I'm not getting executed. If my tank gets hit and I can't get out, I'm using this on myself." Then he put the pistol in his holster and walked away. That's what we're thinking now, all of us. That pistol on your belt isn't for the enemy, it's for yourself. Last resort. Better a bullet than fire. The paranoia is everywhere. We stopped at a crossroads around 1400 hours. There was an MP directing traffic. He waved us through, pointed west, said main route is that way. Avoid the eastern road. German tanks spotted. We started to go. Then Jimmy said, "Sarge, that MP's wearing paratrooper boots." I looked back. He was right. The guy was wearing jump boots. "MPs don't wear jump boots," I yelled at Danny to stop. We stopped. I grabbed my Thompson and dismounted, walked back to the MP with my weapon ready. I said, "What's your name, soldier?" He said, "Corporal Harris." "What's the problem?" I said, "Where are you from?" He said, "Pennsylvania." "Look, I don't have time for—" I cut him off. I said, "What city?" He hesitated. "Just a second." "But enough." He said, "Pittsburgh." I said, "What river runs through Pittsburgh?" Another hesitation. He said, "The Delaware." I brought my Thompson up. I said, "Wrong. It's the Allegheny and the Monongahela. They meet to form the Ohio." He went for his pistol. I shot him. 3 rounds, center mass. He went down. His uniform came open. He was wearing a German uniform underneath. SS. The whole column stopped. Everyone got out, checked the body, German identification papers, a German radio. A map with American positions marked. Captain Morrison said, "Good catch, Russo." I just nodded. Couldn't speak. My hands were shaking. I killed a man today. Close up. Saw his face. Saw him reach for his weapon. Saw him fall. I've killed before, but in a tank, through a gun sight, at distance. You don't really see them as people. This was different. This was close. Personal. I can still see his face. Young, maybe 25, blonde hair, blue eyes. He looked surprised when I shot him, like he didn't expect it. Now he's dead and I'm alive. Because I grew up in Philadelphia and knew which rivers run through Pittsburgh. That's war. Random. Arbitrary. You live because you know geography. You die because you don't. We kept moving after that. Everyone's on edge. Every vehicle gets challenged. Every intersection gets checked. Trust no one. Eddie's arm is worse. Way worse. It's swollen to almost twice normal size. He can't move his fingers at all. His face is gray. He's running a fever. I can see it. I said, "Eddie, that's it. You're going to the aid station. That's an order." He said, "No. We need to stay together." Jimmy said, "Sarge is right. You're infected. That needs treatment or you'll lose the arm." Eddie looked at all of us. Then he looked down at his arm. Finally, he said, okay, I'll go. But he made us promise. He said, "Promise me you'll come back for me. Promise you won't replace me. I'll heal up quick. 2 weeks. Maybe less. Promise." I promised. I said, 2 weeks, Eddie. We'll be back for you. You're our loader, nobody else. We dropped him at an aid station around 1600 hours, a field hospital set up in a church, wounded everywhere, lying on pews, on the floor, some outside in the cold because there's no room. A medic looked at Eddie's arm, said it's definitely broken, maybe compound fracture, needs surgery, needs to go back to a real hospital. Eddie looked at us. His eyes were wet. He said, take care of Lady Liberty, bring her back in one piece. We said we would. He said, and take care of each other. You hear me? Stay alive. We said we would. Then they took him away, put him in an ambulance with a dozen other wounded. The ambulance drove off north, away from the fighting. Now we're down to 4. We need a loader. Battalion sent us a replacement, PFC Williams, from Nebraska, 20 years old, new to the division. This is his first assignment. Kid's terrified, I can see it. He's trying to hide it, but his hands shake when he picks up shells. He doesn't know our rhythms, doesn't know how Jimmy calls targets, doesn't know where anything is stowed. Takes him 20 seconds to load a round. Eddie did it in 12. In combat, 8 seconds is the difference between life and death. But he's what we've got, so we'll train him, fast, make him functional. Tonight we're dug in on the outskirts of this nameless Belgian village. Defensive positions, infantry to our flanks, artillery behind us. The Germans are probing, testing our lines, small unit actions, trying to find weak points. Around 2100 hours we heard gunfire, close, maybe half a mile east. Then it stopped. Nobody knows what happened. Maybe our guys pushed them back. Maybe their guys pushed ours back. Maybe everyone died. In this war, you learn not to ask too many questions, because you probably won't like the answers. Danny's playing his harmonica right now, but it's different. The notes are off. He keeps missing, starting over. Can't seem to finish a song. He's falling apart. I can see it. 19 years old, 3 days of heavy combat, watched friends die, nearly died himself a dozen times. How much can one person take? Jimmy's smoking, always smoking. He must be up to 2 packs a day now. Where he gets them, I don't know, but he always has cigarettes. Hank is the same as always. Calm, quiet, working on his equipment. I asked him once how he stays so calm. He said, scared don't help, so why bother? I wish I had that ability to just shut off the fear, but I don't. I feel it every second, in my chest, in my hands, in my gut. PFC Williams is trying to sleep, curled up by the tank, shivering. He looks miserable. I should talk to him, tell him it gets easier, but that would be a lie. It doesn't get easier. You just get more numb. The artillery hasn't stopped. 4 days now. 4 days of continuous bombardment. The ground shakes. The air itself vibrates. You can feel it in your teeth. How many shells is that? Thousands? Tens of thousands? How much explosive? How much death? And for what? To take a few miles of Belgian forest? To defend a road junction? I don't understand the strategy anymore. I just follow orders. Move here. Shoot there. Stay alive if possible. That's all there is now. Orders and survival. I'm trying to write a letter to Dot. I've started it 3 times. Can't find the words. What do I tell her? That I'm scared? That I watched men burn to death? That I shot a German spy in the face this afternoon? She doesn't need to hear that. She needs to hear I'm fine. I'm safe. I love her. I'm coming home. So that's what I'll write. The truth doesn't help anyone. The temperature is dropping. Has to be below 0. My breath forms ice crystals on the inside of the tank. The metal is so cold it sticks to bare skin. We've got 1 wool blanket each. That's it. We huddle together for warmth. 5 guys, 4 now, sharing body heat. That's what keeps you alive in winter. Your crew, your brothers. I miss Eddie already. Hope he's okay. Hope they can save his arm. Hope he's somewhere warm with decent food and a real bed. He deserves that. Kid never complained, never gave up. Kept loading even with a broken arm. If we all make it through this war, Eddie gets free drinks for life. That's a promise. Tomorrow we move out again. New orders probably, new objectives, more confusion, more chances to die. But tonight I'm alive. My crew is alive. Lady Liberty is running. For tonight, that's enough. 7 innings down. Maybe 8 now, getting close to the end. Just have to hang on a little longer. Please God, just a little longer. Entry 8, December 20th, 1944, sometime after midnight. I think. I can't tell anymore. We've been in continuous combat for I don't know how long. Days blur together. Can't remember the last time I slept more than an hour. Today, yesterday, whatever day it was. Bad, real bad. We got assigned to a task force trying to relieve pressure on Bastogne. The Germans have the town nearly surrounded, only a narrow corridor left. If they close it, everyone inside is cut off. Can't let that happen. Bastogne controls the roads. Lose Bastogne, lose the whole sector. We moved out at dawn. 19 tanks. Our company is down to 12 now. 1st and 3rd platoon got hit hard. Companies A and C are even worse. The battlefield near Longville, that's where we ran into them. The Germans. Panzer Division. Maybe more. Dozens of tanks. Panthers, Tigers, Panzer IVs, supporting infantry, artillery, the whole package. Full-scale tank battle. Biggest I've ever been in, maybe 24 American tanks against 30+ German. Open ground. Maybe 1,000 yards between forces. I can't describe it adequately. I don't have the words, but I'll try. Imagine hell, fire and smoke and metal screaming through the air, explosions everywhere. The ground erupting, trees shattering, everything shaking. You can't see. The smoke is too thick. You catch glimpses, shadows, movement. Is that a tank? Is that a tree? You can't tell. The radio is chaos. Everyone screaming. Target left, target right. Taking fire. Request support. Man down, tank down. The noise. God, the noise. It's not just loud, it's physical. It pounds through your body. Your ears ring. Your brain rattles inside your skull. You can't think, can't process. You just react. Years of training taking over. Muscle memory, survival instinct. We took up position behind a low ridge. Hull down. Just the turret exposed. That's the only way to fight panthers and tigers. Stay behind cover. Use the terrain. Jimmy spotted targets through his sight. Called them out. Panther. 11 o'clock. 800 yards. PFC Williams. Loaded. Slower than Eddie. But he got the round in. AP. I confirmed the target. Gave the order. Fire. We hit it. Turret face. No penetration. Just sparks. The Panther returned fire. The round hit the ridge in front of us. Explosion of dirt and rock. Shrapnel rattled off our armor. Danny kept us moving. Short advances. Back and forth. Harder to hit a moving target. The tank bounced and jolted over the rough ground. Williams got thrown into the turret wall. Cut his forehead. Blood running down his face. He kept loading. To our left, Lieutenant Harrison's tank took a direct hit. Tiger round through the side. The tank didn't explode. It just stopped. Smoke pouring out of every hatch. No one got out. That's 5 men. Gone. Instant. To our right, Sergeant Palmer's tank got hit in the track. Mobility kill. Can't move. Sitting duck. Palmer ordered his crew to bail out. They got out just before a second round hit and brewed up the tank. We were trying to get an angle on the Panthers. Can't kill them from the front. Need side shots. Danny pushed us forward. We moved around the ridge flank. Fast. Maybe 25 miles an hour. The Sherman can move when it needs to. We got behind 2 Panthers. Maybe 400 yards. Perfect side shots. Jimmy hit the first one. Right behind the turret. Ammunition storage. The tank exploded. Turret flew 50 feet in the air. Came down upside down. The second Panther started to turn, trying to face us. Bring that thick front armor around. Jimmy hit it twice. Both rounds penned. The Panther stopped, started smoking. The crew bailed out. 3 men. They were running. Not toward us, just running. Away from the fire. Then we got hit. I don't know what hit us. I didn't see it coming. Probably another Panther, maybe a Tiger. The round hit our front glasses, right side, at an angle. The impact. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. The whole tank lurched sideways. The sound was like the world ending. That massive clang of hardened steel hitting hardened steel at 3,000 feet per second. My ears popped, then started ringing. High-pitched whine that won't stop. I got thrown against the turret wall, hit my head. Vision went blurry. Tasted blood. Danny was screaming. Couldn't hear him. Just saw his mouth open, screaming. The engine was still running, the track was still moving, we were still operational. I checked everyone. Williams was bleeding from his head and nose. Jimmy was dazed but conscious. Unconscious. Hank was okay. Danny was okay but shaken. I looked at the front glasses from inside. There was a dent, about 8 inches across, 3 inches deep. The metal was pushed in, deformed, but it didn't penetrate. 2 inches of armor. That's all. 2 inches of steel between us and that round. If it had hit straight on instead of angled. If it had been a tiger instead of a panther. We'd be dead. Danny got us moving. We reversed back behind the ridge, out of the line of fire. My hands were shaking. Couldn't stop them. Just shaking. Jimmy said, Sarge, you okay? I said, yeah, I'm okay. But I wasn't. I'm not. None of us are. The battle went on for hours. I don't know how many. Time stopped meaning anything. You load, you fire, you move, you hope you don't die. We knocked out 3 more German tanks, a Panzer IV, 2 Panthers. But we lost tanks. God, we lost so many tanks. I watched Corporal Jensen's tank take 3 hits in 30 seconds. First hit disabled the gun. Second hit killed the engine. Third hit penetrated. The tank burned. I could see figures moving inside through the vision ports. Then they stopped moving. I watched Sergeant Matthews try to bail out after his tank got hit. He got the hatch open, was halfway out. Then ammunition cooked off. The explosion. I can't describe it. There was just nothing left above the turret ring. I watched a Sherman take a hit from a Tiger. The 88 round went clean through, in one side, out the other. The tank kept moving for maybe 10 seconds, then veered off and crashed into a tree. Never saw anyone get out. By mid-afternoon, the Germans pulled back. Or we did. I'm not sure. The smoke was so thick you couldn't see who was where. We rallied at an assembly point 3 miles back, counted tanks. We started the day with 19. We had 8 left. 11 tanks destroyed, 55 men. Maybe 15 got out alive. 70% casualties in one engagement. Captain Morrison looked like he'd aged 10 years. He was sitting on his tank, head in his hands, just sitting there. I went over, said, Sir, you okay? He looked up. His eyes were red. He said, Russo, I just lost 2/3 of my company. How the hell am I supposed to be okay? I didn't have an answer. He said, get your tank refueled, reloaded. We're moving out in 2 hours. I said, moving where, sir? He said, I don't know. Wherever they tell us to go. We spent the next 2 hours on maintenance. Checked everything. The track on the left side was damaged, probably from when we took that hit. 3 links were cracked. We replaced them. Took an hour in the freezing cold. My hands were numb. Could barely hold the tools. Hank helped. Between the 2 of us, we got it done. Refueled. We were down to a quarter tank. The fuel trucks came up. We took on 170 gallons. That's what the Sherman drinks. Approximately 200 gallons a day if you're moving and fighting. Ammunition. We'd expended 31 rounds, down to 16 AP, 22 HE, 4 Willie Pete. They replenished us from a supply dump. Some truck that somehow made it through all the chaos. Williams was sitting by the tank, face gray, hands shaking. There was dried blood all over his face from the cut on his forehead. I sat next to him. Said, you did good today, kid. He looked at me. He said, I loaded wrong twice. Almost got us killed. I said, but you didn't. You kept loading, under fire, in your first real combat. That takes guts. He said, I'm scared, Sergeant. I'm so scared I can barely breathe. I said, we're all scared, every one of us. Fear is what keeps you alive. It makes you careful, makes you think. He said, what if I freeze up? What if next time I can't move? I said, then we'll snap you out of it. That's what a crew does. We watch out for each other. You're not alone in there. He nodded, didn't look convinced. But what else could I say? The truth is, he might freeze up. He might get us killed. He's not Eddie. Eddie knew us, knew the tank, knew his job so well he could do it with a broken arm. Williams is a replacement, green, untested. And in combat, that's dangerous. But he's what we've got, so I have to make him work. Have to train him. Fast. Because we might be in combat again tomorrow, or tonight, or in an hour. We moved out at 1700. New orders. Help establish a defensive line north of Bastogne. Prevent Germans from closing the corridor. We drove through the afternoon, past burned-out tanks, ours and theirs, bodies lying in the snow, equipment abandoned on the road. The debris of battle. We set up here at dusk. Defensive position. Infantry dug into our flanks. Artillery to our rear. Tank destroyers on our left. We're supposed to hold this position through the night. Stop any German advances. It's quiet now. No firing. Just the usual distant artillery rumble that never stops. I'm writing this inside the tank. By flashlight. The light is dim. Dim enough not to give away our position, but bright enough to see. My head hurts. From where I hit it during the impact. There's a lump. Maybe a mild concussion. Can't tell. Doesn't matter. No time for aid stations. My ears are still ringing. That high-pitched whine, like a mosquito that won't go away. Jimmy says his ears are the same. He's got blood on his collar from his ear bleeding. Williams is trying to sleep. He's curled up by the ammunition rack, shivering. He looks like a kid. He is a kid. 20 years old. 3 days ago, he was in a nice, safe supply depot. Now he's in a tank that almost got killed today. Danny's not playing his harmonica anymore. Hasn't played in days. He just sits, stares, doesn't talk much. Hank's cleaning his 30 cal again. Third time today. It doesn't need cleaning, but it gives him something to do. Something to control. Jimmy's outside, smoking, staring south toward where the Germans are. Where we'll be fighting again tomorrow. I can still smell it, the burning, the cordite, the death. It's in my clothes, my hair, my skin, can't wash it off. I keep seeing those tanks burn, keep seeing the crews trying to escape, keep hearing the screaming. Lieutenant Harrison, been with the company since Normandy, good officer, fair, brave, dead now. His whole crew, gone. Sergeant Palmer survived, but his tank is destroyed. He's with the infantry now. No tank, no crew. Sergeant Matthews, half his body just gone, blown away. He had a wife, 2 kids. Showed me pictures once, little girls, blonde pigtails. How do you tell them? How do you write that letter? Dear Mrs. Matthews, your husband died instantly. Actually, that's not true. Your husband died screaming. Your husband died in pieces. You can't. So you lie. You write, he died bravely. He didn't suffer. He's a hero. And maybe that helps them. Maybe it doesn't. But it's all we've got. I'm trying to write to Dot. The letter is in my jacket. Started it 5 times. Can't finish it. What do I tell her? How do I explain this? I don't even understand it myself. We're fighting. People are dying. For what? Road junctions, villages, meaningless pieces of Belgium. Does it matter? Will any of this matter in 100 years? I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. I know I'm tired. So tired my bones ache. My eyes burn. Even my teeth hurt. I know I'm scared. Terrified. Every second thinking the next shell has our name on it. I know I want to go home. Want to see Dot. Want to smell my mother's cooking. Want to never think about war again. But I can't go home. Not yet. Not until this is over. However it ends. So I keep fighting. Keep giving orders. Keep trying to keep my crew alive. That's all I can do. Keep them alive. Keep Lady Liberty running. Make it through one more day. One more day. Then another. Then another. Until eventually, maybe we make it to the end. If there is an end. Right now, it feels like this will go on forever. Like we'll keep fighting and dying and fighting until there's no one left. But that's just exhaustion talking. Just fear. Just 3 days of continuous combat breaking down my mind. Tomorrow I'll be better. Tomorrow I'll think clearer. Or maybe tomorrow I'll be dead. And none of this will matter. It's almost 0300. My watch. Guard duty. 2 hours staring into the darkness waiting for Germans who might or might not come. Then maybe an hour of sleep before dawn stand to. Then another day. Another battle. Another chance to die. This is the war now. This is what it's become. Not the glorious advance across France. Not liberation and parades and grateful civilians. This is mud and blood and terror. This is watching friends die. This is wondering which day is your last. This is hell. And we're right in the middle of it. Madonna mia. Dio ci aiuti. God help us all. Entry 9. December 21st, 1944, evening. Somewhere. I don't know. Can't keep track anymore. Third day, or fourth, I've lost count, of continuous combat, continuous fear, continuous death. We haven't slept more than an hour at a time, haven't had hot food in days, living on K rations and cold coffee. Everything tastes like cardboard and diesel. This morning they told us to hold our position, defensive line, stop German advances. By 0900 we were moving again. New orders. German breakthrough to the east. Our task force needed to plug the gap. We drove for 2 hours. Through snow. Through mud. Through forests where trees were blown apart by artillery. Found the breakthrough around 1100. German infantry supported by armor. Pushing through a gap in our lines where a company from the 28th Division got overrun. We hit them from the flank. 8 tanks against maybe a dozen German vehicles, half-tracks, trucks, a few Panzer IVs, short, brutal fight, maybe 20 minutes. We knocked out most of their vehicles, scattered their infantry, closed the gap, lost 2 more tanks, down to 6 now in our company, 6 out of the original 21. I'm doing math in my head I shouldn't do, 70% casualties in 4 days. At this rate, the entire company will be dead or wounded in another week. But I can't think like that. Can't think about statistics. Just have to focus on today, this hour, this minute. After the fight, we held position, dug in, waited. Nothing happened for hours. Just cold and waiting and occasional distant gunfire. That's when Jimmy broke down. We were sitting in the tank, buttoned up, engine idling to keep warm, just waiting. Jimmy started crying, not loud, not sobbing, just quiet tears running down his face. He didn't try to hide them, didn't wipe them away, just sat at his gunner's station with tears streaming down. I said, Jimmy, you okay? He didn't answer, just kept crying. Danny asked, what's wrong? What happened? Jimmy finally spoke. Voice quiet, broken. He said, I can't do this anymore. I can't. I'm done. I'm finished. I moved over to him, put my hand on his shoulder, said, talk to me. What's going on? He said, I see them. The burning tanks, the crews. I see them every time I close my eyes. I hear them screaming. And I can't. I just can't. Hank said, we all see it, Jimmy. We're all carrying the same things. Jimmy shook his head. He said, no, you don't understand. I killed those men. I said, what are you talking about? You didn't kill anyone except Germans. He said, Lieutenant Harrison. His tank. I had a shot. A Panther that was targeting him. I had the shot. But I waited. I wanted a better angle. 2 seconds. That's all. Just 2 seconds to get a better shot. He paused. Took a shaky breath. He said, and in those 2 seconds, the Panther fired, hit Harrison's tank, killed everyone. If I'd fired when I first had the shot, if I hadn't waited, they'd still be alive. I said, Jimmy, listen to me. You did nothing wrong. You were trying to make sure you hit. That's your job. You can't second-guess combat decisions. He said, but they're dead. 5 men. Because I waited 2 seconds. Danny said, Jimmy, if you'd missed that shot, we might be dead. You'd have given away our position. Combat is random. You can't control it. But Jimmy wasn't listening. He was spiraling, breaking down. I've seen it before. Combat exhaustion, battle fatigue. The mind can only take so much before it snaps. We've all been in continuous combat since December 16th. 5 days. Some guys have been fighting since June. That's 6 months. No rotation, no relief. You fight until you die or until you break. Jimmy's breaking. I said, Jimmy, I need you to hold it together. Just a little longer. We need you. You're the best gunner in the company. We can't do this without you. He looked at me, eyes red, face exhausted. He said, what if I freeze? What if next time I can't pull the trigger? I'll get us all killed. I said, you won't freeze. You're a professional. You'll do your job. You always do. He said, how do you know? I said, because I know you. You're Corporal Jimmy Santos from Boston. You're my gunner, my friend, my brother, and you don't let your brothers down. He wiped his face, nodded slowly, said, okay, I'll hold it together. But I could see it in his eyes. He's hanging on by a thread, We're all hanging on by threads. Danny's not the same kid who was playing harmonica 2 weeks ago. He's quiet now, jumpy, flinches at every sound. Hank's too calm. Like he's shut off all emotion, like he's already dead inside. Williams is terrified constantly. Hands shake, face pale. He loads, but he's slow, uncertain, dangerous. And me, I don't even know what I am anymore. I give orders, make decisions, try to keep everyone alive. But inside I'm screaming. Inside I'm just as scared and broken as the rest of them. Around 1500 we got orders to move again. Support an infantry attack, clear some German positions in a wooded area. The infantry went in first. We followed, providing fire support. It was brutal. Germans were dug in. Machine gun nests, mortars, a few anti-tank guns. We lost infantry. I don't know how many. Bodies in the snow, red on white, some moving, some not. We suppressed the German positions with HE rounds. High explosive. You fire into the trees, the shells explode in the branches. Shrapnel rains down, deadly. The Germans pulled back. We advanced. Took the position, found the German foxholes. Some were empty, some weren't. German soldiers, dead. From our fire, from infantry fire, from artillery. One was just a kid. Couldn't have been 17. Still had baby fat on his face. He was lying in his foxhole. Eyes open, staring at nothing. Williams saw him, threw up, right there in the snow. Danny said, Jesus Christ, he's younger than me. That's what war is. Kids killing kids. Evening now. We're set up in those same German positions we just took. Ironic. This morning the Germans were here trying to kill us. Now we're here trying to kill them. Probably tomorrow the Germans will take it back. Then we'll take it again, back and forth. Men dying for the same 50 yards of frozen Belgian forest. For what? What are we accomplishing? What's the point? I don't know anymore. Supply truck came up at 1900, brought ammunition, rations, fuel, mail. Actual mail from home. First time in over a week. I got 2 letters. One from Dot, one from my sister Angela. Angela's letter was dated November 28th, almost a month old. She wrote about school, about her friends, about Christmas preparations. So innocent, so far removed from what's happening here. She ended with, "Stay safe, Mikey. We're all praying for you. Come home soon." I folded the letter, put it in my jacket. Couldn't read anymore. Dot's letter was dated December 8th. Before the German offensive, before all this, she wrote about wedding plans, about how her mother wants to invite half of Philadelphia, about how expensive everything is, about how she can't wait for me to come home so we can start our life together. She said, "I know it's hard over there. I know you can't tell me everything, but please know I'm thinking about you every day, every hour. You're going to come home, and we're going to be so happy. I promise." I sat there with the letter in my hands. Couldn't move. Couldn't think. She has no idea. No idea what it's like here. No idea what I'm becoming. No idea that the man who comes home might not be the man who left. If I come home at all. Jimmy saw me, said, "Bad news from home." I said, no, she's fine. Everything's fine. But it's not fine. Nothing's fine. How do I go back to normal after this? How do I sit at a wedding reception and smile and dance when I've watched men burn alive, when I've killed men, when I wake up at night smelling cordite and death? How does that work? We're eating K rations now, cold. Can't risk heating them. The smell would give away our position. The rations are terrible. Ham and lima beans. We call them ham and motherfers. Nobody likes them. But you eat them anyway because you need the calories. Williams is barely eating, just picks at his food. His hands shake holding the spoon. I said, "Williams, you need to eat." He said, "I'm not hungry, Sergeant." I said, "I don't care. Eat. That's an order. You need energy. Can't have you passing out in combat." He ate, mechanically, like a robot. No expression. The temperature is dropping. Has to be 10 below zero. Maybe colder. My breath crystallizes in the air. The metal of the tank is so cold it burns to touch with bare skin. We're taking turns sleeping, 1 hour each. Someone always on watch. But nobody really sleeps. You close your eyes. You see the burning tanks, the bodies, the blood on snow. You open your eyes. You're still in hell. Just a different version. I tried to pray earlier, sat in the tank, tried to pray the rosary, but the words felt empty, meaningless. Hail Mary, full of grace. The Lord is with thee. Is He? Is the Lord with us here? In this frozen forest where men die for no reason? I don't know. I want to believe. Want to have faith. But it's hard. So hard. Father Maloney said God has a plan, that everything happens for a reason, that the righteous are protected. But I've seen too many good men die, men with faith, men with families, men who deserved to live more than I do. So either God's plan is incomprehensible or there is no plan, and I don't know which is worse. Jimmy's on watch now, sitting on the turret, smoking, staring into the darkness. I climbed up, sat next to him, said, "How you holding up?" He said, "I'm still here, still functioning. That's all I can promise." I said, "That's all I'm asking." He said, "You think we're gonna make it, Sarge? Through this?" I said, "Yes, we're going to make it. We have to. We've got too much to live for." He said, "Like what? What are we going back to after this? After what we've seen?" I said, "Normal life, jobs, families, the future." He laughed, bitter. He said, "Normal. There's no normal after this. We're different now. Changed. You can't unsee what we've seen, can't undo what we've done." I said, "Maybe not. But we can try. We can go home and try to build something good, something that makes all this worth it." He said, "You really believe that?" I said, "I have to. What else is there?" He nodded, finished his cigarette, flicked it away, said, "I hope you're right, Sarge. I really do." Then he climbed down, went inside to try to sleep. I'm still sitting here, writing by moonlight. The sky is clear tonight, stars everywhere, so bright, so beautiful. Doesn't make sense. The universe can be so beautiful and so terrible at the same time. I keep thinking about baseball, about catching for the South Philly Sluggers. Saturday afternoon games, the crack of the bat, the smell of hot dogs, kids in the bleachers, sunshine. That world still exists somewhere. People are living normal lives, working normal jobs, worrying about normal things. But it feels like a dream, like something I made up. Like normal life is the fantasy and this is reality. War is reality. Death is reality. Fear is reality. Everything else is just wishful thinking. It's 0300. My watch. 2 hours staring into darkness waiting for Germans. Then maybe 1 hour of sleep. Then morning. And orders. And more combat. More death. Another day in hell. How many more days can we survive? How many more battles? How much more can we take before we all break like Jimmy? I don't know. But we'll find out. One way or another, we'll find out. Entry 10. December 22nd, 1944, late afternoon. Near Bastogne. Maybe. Everything looks the same. Lieutenant Morrison is dead. I can barely write this. My hand won't stop shaking. Lieutenant Morrison. Company C, 2nd Platoon. From Philadelphia. Knew my neighborhood. Knew my father's store. Good Catholic. Had a wife. 2 little girls. Dead. His tank took a Panther round at 0930 this morning. Direct hit to the turret. Clean penetration. The tank exploded. Ammunition cooking off. Turret blew 50 feet in the air. Nobody got out. 5 men. Gone. Instant. I helped pull what was left of them out. After the fire died down. After the metal cooled enough to touch. I won't describe it. Can't describe it. Some things you can't put into words. Some things you can't unsee. Morrison had shown me pictures of his daughters. Maybe 2 months ago. During a break. 2 little girls. 5 and 7 years old. Blonde hair. Big smiles. Showed me pictures and talked about taking them to the shore next summer. Taking them to see the ocean. Building sandcastles. Now he's dead. And those little girls don't have a father anymore. And for what? For what? We're not even sure what we're fighting for anymore. Holding positions. Taking positions. Losing positions. Gaining them back. Same villages changing hands 3 times in a week. Men dying for nothing. I'm sitting in Lady Liberty right now, writing this. Door open. Cold air pouring in, but I don't care. Need to breathe. Need air that doesn't smell like the inside of a tank. After Morrison died, I just sat down. Right there in the snow. Sat down and couldn't move. Captain got on the radio. New orders. Move to new positions. Support infantry. Standard stuff. I couldn't respond. Couldn't move. Just sat there. Jimmy came over. Said, Sarge, we need to move. I said, Morrison's dead. Jimmy said, I know. I saw. I said, he had kids. 2 little girls. He showed me pictures. Jimmy said, I know, Sarge. But we have to move. Orders. I said, what's the point, Jimmy? What are we doing? We're just going to die. Wow, all of us. It's just a matter of time. Danny came over then. And Hank. And Williams. They all stood there looking at me. Danny said, Sergeant Russo, we need you. We can't do this without you. I said, you'll have to. I can't. I just can't anymore. That's when Hank spoke. Quiet. The way he always speaks. He said, Sarge, Lieutenant Morrison had kids. You're right. Those kids don't have a father now. But you know what? Your crew is still alive. Williams here is alive because you trained him. Danny's alive because you give good orders. Jimmy's alive because you keep your head in combat. And I'm alive because you check every system on this tank twice before we move. He paused. Then he said, you break down, we die. Simple as that. So you can break down after the war. But not today. Today we need Staff Sergeant Michael Russo, the best tank commander in this battalion. We need him to get us through one more day. I looked at them. My crew. My guys. They were all looking at me, counting on me. I stood up. Said, you're right. Let's move. We mounted up. Moved to new positions. Followed orders. But something broke inside me. Something fundamental. Some core belief that things would be okay. That good men are protected. That God watches over the righteous. That's gone now. Morrison was a good man. Better than me. Better Catholic. Better father. Better human being. And he burned to death in a metal box while I'm still alive. There's no justice in that. No divine plan. No meaning. It's just random. Arbitrary. You live or you die based on pure chance. Whether a shell hits your tank or the tank next to yours. Whether you go left or right at an intersection. Whether you button up 2 seconds earlier or later. Random. And if it's random, if there's no plan, no protection, no meaning, then what's the point? Why fight? Why try to survive? Why hope? We fought this afternoon. Another engagement. Germans trying to close the Bastogne corridor. We stopped them, for now. Knocked out 3 German tanks. Lost one of ours, Sergeant Palmer's replacement tank. Kid just got assigned yesterday. Dead today. That's what war is now. A meat grinder. Feed in men and machines. Get out corpses and scrap metal. We're down to 5 tanks in our company. 5. Out of 21. That's 76% casualties. 76%. At this rate, we'll all be dead by New Year's. I'm writing letters tonight. The letters you write when you know you're not coming back. 1 to my father, 1 to my mother, 1 to Angela, 1 to Tony, 1 to Dot. Tell them I love them. Tell them I tried. Tell them I'm sorry. The letter to Dot is the hardest. What do I say? How do I explain? I started writing. Ripped it up. Started again. Ripped it up. Finally, I just wrote this. Dot. If you're reading this, I'm gone. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I want you to know you made me happy. Happier than I deserved. The thought of coming home to you is the only thing that kept me sane over here. But I need you to understand something. The man who comes home, if I come home, won't be the man who left. War changes you, shows you things you can't unsee, makes you do things you can't undo. I've watched friends die horrible deaths. I've killed men. I've seen things that would break your heart. And I carry all of that now. Every day. Every night. So if I make it back, I'll try to be the man you remember. I'll try to give you the life we planned, but I'll be different. Broken, maybe. And I need you to know that's not your fault. You're perfect. You're everything good in this world, and you deserve someone whole. Someone undamaged. If I don't make it back, find someone else. Someone who can give you the life you deserve. Don't wait for me. Don't mourn too long. Live. Be happy. That's all I want. I love you. I'll always love you. Even in death. Michael. I folded the letter. Put it in my jacket pocket. The same place I keep her photograph. If I die, they'll find it when they process my belongings. Send it to her with my personal effects. Another task for the casualty notification officer, another widow to inform, another life destroyed. The guys are sharing stories tonight about home, about what they miss. Danny misses his mother's cooking. Says she makes the best soda bread. Says he used to complain about eating it every week. Now he'd give anything for a slice. Williams misses his dog, golden retriever named Buddy. Says Buddy would sleep at the foot of his bed every night. Says he wonders if Buddy remembers him. Hank misses his son, 4 years old, named Henry Jr. Hank didn't tell us he had a kid until a few days ago. Quiet guy, keeps things private. But tonight he talked about him, about teaching him to fish, about reading him bedtime stories. Jimmy misses everything: his grandmother's cooking, the city, baseball games, his girlfriend Maria. Says they were going to get married when he got back. Says she writes every week. Says she's the only thing keeping him going. I said, "What about you, Russo? What do you miss?" I thought about it. Really thought. I said I miss normal. I miss when the world made sense. When good things happened to good people. When there was right and wrong and you could tell the difference. I miss believing in something. They all got quiet. Finally, Danny said, "We believe in each other. That's something. I guess he's right." The crew. That's what you believe in. Not God, not country, not cause. Just the guys next to you. The guys who depend on you and you depend on them. That's all there is. That's all that's real. Everything else is just words. Padre came by earlier, making rounds, offering to hear confessions, blessing soldiers. He stopped at our tank, said, "Would any of you boys like to talk? Or pray?" We all shook our heads. He said, "I know it's hard. I know you're carrying a lot, but God is with you. He hasn't abandoned you." I almost laughed. Almost said, "Where was God when Morrison burned to death? Where was God when all those men died?" But I didn't. What's the point? The Padre means well. He's trying to help. Not his fault that his words are empty. He moved on, left us with a blessing we didn't ask for and don't believe in. Night now, cold, clear skies, stars everywhere. Artillery is still rumbling. Always rumbling. Days and days of continuous bombardment. Has it been 6 days now? 7? Can't remember. The front lines are fluid. That's what headquarters keeps saying. Fluid. That means nobody knows where anything is. German units mixed with American units. Friend and foe all jumbled together. We could be overrun tonight. Germans could break through anywhere. We might not even know until they're on top of us. That's what fear tastes like now. Not sharp, not intense, just constant. A background hum of terror that never stops. You learn to live with it, like chronic pain. Always there. You just function anyway. Tomorrow we'll wake up. If we wake up, and we'll fight. And some of us will die. Maybe me, maybe Jimmy, maybe all of us. That's the reality now. Death isn't a possibility, it's a probability. It's not if, but when. Morrison proved that. Good man, faithful, careful, dead anyway. So what hope do I have? None. That's the answer. None. But I'll keep fighting anyway, because that's what you do, because my crew needs me, because giving up means they die too, so I'll carry this weight. Morrison. And the 7 men before him, and all the others I've watched die. I'll carry them until I can't carry them anymore, until I break completely, or until I die. So whichever comes first. Madonna mia, Dio ci aiuti, God help us, if he's even listening. Entry 11, December 23rd, 1944, morning. I think it's morning. Hard to tell. The sky cleared. I'm serious. The sky actually cleared. For the first time in a week. No fog, no clouds, just blue sky and sunshine. We heard them before we saw them, the sound of aircraft engines. Lots of them. Coming from the north and west. I was on watch. Around 08:30. Standing outside Lady Liberty. Freezing my ass off. Then I heard it. That distinctive drone, growing louder. I looked up, and there they were, dozens of aircraft, hundreds maybe, flying south, P-47s, Thunderbolts, flying low, fast, heading toward the German positions, then more aircraft, B-26s, medium bombers, flying higher, also heading south, the whole sky filled with them. American aircraft, our birds, finally. I started yelling, couldn't help it. Hey, look, air support. Everyone came running out, the whole company, standing there pointing at the sky. Some guys were crying, some were laughing, some were just standing there with their mouths open. 7 days of fighting without air support. 7 days of the Germans having clear skies to move and attack and resupply. But not anymore. The weather turned. High pressure system moved in. Clear skies, perfect flying weather. And our Air Corps took advantage. We watched the P-47s make their runs, strafing German positions. Rockets and 50 cal fire. You could see the explosions from miles away. The bombers hit German supply columns, German assembly areas, German everything. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Captain Morrison. No, wait. Captain Morrison is dead. Captain Hayes, the new company commander. He got on the radio. He said, "Boys, the cavalry has arrived. The tide is turning." And you know what? He might be right. Around 0900 we got resupply. First major resupply in days. Fuel trucks, ammunition trucks, food, medical supplies, everything. The supply sergeant was grinning. He said, "We got a corridor open. Trucks are moving. Supplies flowing. You boys are getting everything you need." We refueled, topped off, full tanks, 170 gallons. We reloaded ammunition, full combat load, 47 AP rounds, 22 HE, 4 Willie Pete, all the 30 cal and 50 cal ammo we could carry. We got hot coffee, real coffee. Not the burned diesel-flavored shit we've been drinking. Actual hot coffee from a field kitchen. We got hot food, scrambled eggs, bacon, toast, real food. I can't describe what that felt like. To have something hot, something that tasted good, after days of cold K rations. Williams actually smiled. First time I've seen him smile. He said, "This is the best food I've ever tasted." Danny said, "It's just powdered eggs and bacon." William said, "I don't care. It's hot and it's not from a can. That makes it amazing." Even Jimmy seemed better. The constant fear in his eyes dimmed a little. Not gone, but less. The aircraft kept coming all morning, wave after wave. P-38s, P-51s, more P-47s, bombers, attack aircraft, everything. The Germans must be getting hammered, their supply lines cut, their positions destroyed, their movements observed and attacked. That's our advantage, our air power. The Germans can't match it. They've got good fighters, but not enough. And their fuel situation is critical. Now that the weather's clear, we can use that advantage. Around noon, we got new orders. Prepare to advance. We're going on the offensive. Not just holding positions anymore. Actually attacking. Pushing the Germans back. The mood in the company changed. You could feel it. Like someone opened a window and let fresh air in. Guys were talking, joking, almost like normal soldiers instead of exhausted zombies. Sergeant Palmer said maybe we're going to win this thing after all. Sergeant Burke said, "About damn time. I'm tired of getting pushed around." Even the infantry seemed better, less hunched, less defeated, standing straighter. Hope. That's what it was. Hope. For the first time in a week, I felt like maybe we might actually survive. Maybe we might actually win. We moved out at 1400 hours. Task force of tanks and infantry. Objective, push south toward Bastogne. Help widen the corridor. Connect with Patton's Third Army. The attack went well. German resistance was lighter, not gone, but lighter, disorganized. They're running low on fuel, running low on ammunition, getting pounded from the air. We advanced maybe 5 miles, took several positions, cleared 2 villages, destroyed 3 German tanks and a bunch of trucks and half-tracks, lost 1 tank, Sergeant Burke, hit by an anti-tank gun. Tank brewed up but the crew got out, all 5 of them. First time in days that a hit crew actually survived. That felt like a miracle. By evening, we linked up with elements of 4th Armored Division. Patton's boys. They'd punched through from the south, reached Bastogne yesterday, broke the siege. The corridor is open now. Narrow, but open. Supplies flowing in, wounded flowing out. We met some of the guys from 4th Armored. They looked as beat up as us. Tired, dirty. But they were grinning. One sergeant said, "We kicked their asses all the way here. Germans are on the run now." I said, "What about Bastogne? How are the guys inside?" He said, "Tough as nails. 1-0 first. Airborne held them off for a week, surrounded, outnumbered, low on everything. But they held, refused to surrender. Danny said, Jesus, paratroopers are crazy. The sergeant laughed. He said, crazy but effective. Germans threw everything at them. Didn't matter. They wouldn't break. That's what Americans do. We don't quit. We take a beating and keep fighting. Maybe that's what we needed, to get hit hard, to get knocked down, to prove we could get back up. Tonight we're set up in a secure position, actual secure, with friendly units on all sides, perimeter established, guards posted. For the first time in a week, I feel like maybe we won't get overrun in the middle of the night. The guys are in good spirits, better than they've been in days. Jimmy's playing cards with Williams, teaching him poker. Williams is terrible, but he's trying. Danny got his harmonica out, first time in days. He's playing now. I'll be home for Christmas. But this time, it doesn't sound sad. It sounds hopeful. Hank's writing a letter to his son. He showed me the picture he carries. Little boy with blonde hair, big smile. Hank's smiling while he writes. First time I've seen him smile. The artillery is still rumbling, but it sounds different now. More of it is ours. Less of it is theirs. We're the ones on the offensive. We're the ones attacking. I pulled out Dot's letter, the one about wedding plans. Read it again. This time it didn't make me sad. It made me think maybe. Maybe there is a future. Maybe we do get to go home. Maybe we do get to have that life. I wrote her back. Actually finished a letter this time. Told her I love her. Told her I'm okay. Told her the weather cleared and things are looking better. Didn't tell her about Morrison. Didn't tell her about the fear. Didn't tell her I wrote her a goodbye letter that's still in my jacket pocket. What's the point? She doesn't need to carry that weight. I'll carry it. That's my job. I wrote to Morrison's wife too. Don't know if I'll send it. What do you say? Your husband died bravely? He didn't suffer? Those are lies. Nice lies, but still lies. The truth is he burned to death and probably suffered more than anyone should. The truth is he died randomly and senselessly for a piece of Belgian forest that doesn't matter. But you can't write that to a widow. So I wrote that he was brave and professional and his sacrifice mattered. That his crew looked up to him. That he died fighting for freedom. Nice lies. The kind that let people sleep at night. Maybe I'll send it. Maybe I won't. The temperature is warmer tonight. Maybe 20 degrees instead of 0. With the clear sky, you'd think it would be colder, but it's not. Almost feels comfortable. We even got to take off our gloves for a bit. First time in days I could feel my fingers properly. Captain Hayes came around at 2000, checked on each tank, asked if we needed anything, told us we did good today. He stopped at Lady Liberty, said, Russo, you and your crew performed well today. 3 confirmed kills. Good tactical decisions. Keep it up. I said, thank you, sir. The clear skies helped. Having air support makes all the difference. He said, it does. But even before that, you've been solid. You've kept your crew alive through some of the hardest fighting this division has seen. That takes skill and luck. I said, mostly luck, sir. He said, don't sell yourself short. You're a good tank commander. The men respect you. Keep doing what you're doing. Then he moved on to the next tank. That meant something. Recognition. From an officer who's been there. Who understands. Maybe I'm not completely broken. Maybe I can still do this job. We're supposed to attack again tomorrow. Push further south. Clear more German positions. Keep the momentum going. The Germans are retreating in some sectors. Holding in others. But overall, they're on the defensive now. We're dictating the terms. That's a huge change from a week ago when they were the ones attacking and we were barely holding on. War's funny that way. Everything can change in a day. One week you're losing, next week you're winning. All it takes is weather, or supplies, or reinforcements, or luck. We got lucky. The weather cleared at the right time. Our supply lines held. Bastogne didn't fall. Patton broke through. If any one of those things had gone differently, we might have lost. Really lost. The whole Ardennes sector could have collapsed, but it didn't. And now we're fighting back. I'm going to try to sleep now. Real sleep. More than an hour. Captain Hayes said we have until 0600 before we move. That's 8 hours. I might actually get 4 or 5 hours of sleep. That sounds like heaven. My watch is from 0200 to 0400. Guard duty. But then sleep. Real sleep. For the first time in a week, I don't feel like I'm going to die tomorrow. Maybe I will. War is still war. But at least now it feels like we have a chance. Baseball metaphor. We were down 6 runs in the 7th inning, looked hopeless. But we scratched out 2 runs, then 3 more. Now, it's a tied game going into the 9th. Still, anyone's game. But at least we're in it. Just have to make it to the end. Just have to hang on a little longer. We can do this. We can survive this. We can win this. Maybe. Possibly. Hopefully. One day at a time. One battle at a time. One moment at a time. That's all we can do. That's all anyone can do. So that's what we'll do. Fight, survive, hope, and maybe, just maybe, make it home. Entry 12. December 24th, 1944, evening. Christmas Eve. Somewhere in Belgium. Today was the hardest day of fighting yet, Christmas Eve, and we spent it killing Germans and watching friends die. Some holiday. We attacked at dawn. Task force pushed to clear German positions northeast of Bastogne. 3 companies of tanks, 4 companies of infantry. Artillery support, air support, the works. It should have been easy. Germans are retreating in most sectors. Supplies are flowing. Weather's clear. We have every advantage. But war doesn't care about advantages. The Germans were dug in. Really dug in. Defensive positions in farm buildings, in hedgerows, in the forest. Anti-tank guns. Machine guns, mortars, and tanks. Always tanks. We hit them around 0700. Immediate heavy resistance. They weren't retreating here. They were fighting for every inch. The battle went all day. House to house, field to field. Brutal, grinding combat. We lost 3 tanks. Sergeant Palmer's, Lieutenant Harrison's replacement, and Corporal Jenkins. Palmer survived again. 2nd tank destroyed under him. Kids got 9 lives. Harrison's replacement didn't survive. Direct hit from a Panther. Nobody got out. Jenkins's tank took multiple hits. The crew bailed, but German machine gun fire got them. I watched them fall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of them. Cut down trying to escape their burning tank. That image is burned into my brain. We'll never forget it. Men on fire running, then falling, then not moving. We kept fighting, because that's what you do. Friends die and you keep fighting. Around 1300 hours we were clearing a small Belgian village, maybe 20 buildings, half destroyed already from artillery. Found a basement. Door was blown in. We went to clear it. Standard procedure. Check every room, every building, every hiding place. Inside were civilians, Belgian family, father, mother, 3 children, and a grandmother. All dead. Not from recent fighting. Been dead maybe 2 days. Artillery strike probably. The ceiling had collapsed. They'd hidden in the basement thinking it was safe. The ceiling came down and crushed them. The children were young. Maybe 6, 8, 10 years old. Still clutching their mother. William saw them first. He just backed out of the basement. Sat down on the rubble outside. Didn't say anything. Just sat there staring. I went in, had to verify, had to make sure they were civilians and not German soldiers in civilian clothes. They were definitely civilians. The father was old, 60s maybe, the grandmother ancient, the mother in her 30s, the children just babies. A whole family, dead. Because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. We're supposed to be liberators. We came here to free these people from Nazi occupation. And now they're dead, killed by artillery. Maybe American, maybe German, doesn't matter. They're dead either way. I stood there in that basement looking at them, at those children, and I thought, what's the point? What are we even doing? We're fighting to liberate Belgium, but everyone's dying anyway. The Germans kill them. We kill them. Artillery doesn't care whose side you're on. Bombs don't distinguish between soldiers and civilians. War just kills. Everyone. Everything. Danny came down to check on me. He saw the bodies. His face went white. He said, "Oh God. Oh Jesus. Those kids." I said, "Come on. We need to move. Nothing we can do for them." He said, "We can't just leave them here." I said, "We don't have a choice. We're in the middle of a battle. We'll report it. Graves registration will handle it later." He said, but they're kids." I said, I know. But we have to move. Come on." We left them there. in that collapsed basement. A whole family dead, and we just walked away. Because that's war. You see horrors and you walk away. Because you have to. Because stopping means dying. The fighting continued through the afternoon. We finally cleared the village by 1600 hours. Moved to the next objective. But I couldn't stop thinking about those children. Their faces. The way they were holding their mother. They had nothing to do with this war. Didn't care about Nazis or allies or any of it. They just wanted to survive. To live normal lives. And the war killed them anyway. Around 1800 hours we stopped. Set up defensive positions for the night. Christmas Eve position. That's when someone remembered it was Christmas Eve. One of the infantry guys. He said, "You know what day it is? It's Christmas Eve." Everyone got quiet, just stood there. Christmas Eve, silent night, holy night. Except there's nothing silent or holy about it. The artillery is still rumbling. The smell of smoke and death is still everywhere. The bodies of German and American soldiers are still lying in the snow. Some Christmas. But then something happened. The chaplain came up. Father Ryan, young guy, Irish, from Boston, been with the battalion since Normandy. He said, "Boys, I know it's been a hard day, a hard week, but it's Christmas Eve, and I'd like to hold a service. Nothing fancy, just a few prayers, some carols maybe. Anyone who wants to join is welcome." About 40 of us gathered, mix of infantry and tankers, Catholics, Protestants, a couple of Jewish guys. One guy said he was an atheist but came anyway. Father Ryan set up on a destroyed wall, put his Bible on a chunk of concrete, lit a candle that he'd been carrying, one small candle in the darkness. He said, "This is the night our Lord was born. In a stable in Bethlehem. In poverty and humility. Born into a world at war. Born to bring hope to the hopeless." He paused, looked at all of us, our dirty faces, our exhausted eyes, our broken spirits. He said, "I know some of you are angry. Angry at God. Angry at the world. Angry at this war. I don't blame you. I'm angry too. I've buried so many of you boys. Good men. Faithful men. Men who didn't deserve to die." He paused again. His voice caught. He said, "But even in this darkness, even in this hell, there is still light. There is still hope. Because that child born in Bethlehem grew up to defeat death itself. And if death can be defeated, then this war can be defeated. This evil can be defeated, and we can go home." Then he said a prayer. Simple, short. Just asking God to watch over us, to bring us home, to end this war. After the prayer, he said, "Let's sing. Silent Night. Anyone who knows it." Someone started singing, soft, tentative. Silent Night, Holy Night. Then others joined in, more and more voices, singing in the darkness, on Christmas Eve. In the middle of a war, all is calm, all is bright, but it's not calm, and it's not bright. It's chaos and darkness, round yon virgin, mother and child. I thought of that Belgian mother in the basement, her children clinging to her, all of them dead, holy infants so tender and mild. I thought of those little girls in Morrison's photograph, his daughters, now without a father, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace. And I started crying, right there, in front of everyone, tears running down my face. Couldn't stop them, didn't even try. I wasn't the only one. Half the guys were crying, hard men, combat veterans, crying like children on Christmas Eve because we've seen too much, carried too much, lost too much. After the carol ended, Father Ryan gave a blessing, made the sign of the cross over all of us, said, "Go in peace, and may God protect you in the battles to come." Then he blew out the candle, and we went back to our positions. Back at Lady Liberty, someone had left packages, Christmas packages from home. The supply sergeant had been holding them, didn't know when to distribute them, decided Christmas Eve was appropriate. I got two. One from my mother, one from Dot. My mother's package had Italian cookies, the ones she makes every Christmas, anise cookies, fig cookies, pizzelles, all individually wrapped, still fresh somehow despite traveling thousands of miles. There was a note, in Italian. She said, "Mio figlio, my son. I pray for you every day. I light a candle for you every morning at Mass. Please come home safe. Merry Christmas. Con amore. Mama." I opened the cookies, shared them with the crew. Everyone got some, even Williams. Danny said, "These are amazing. Your mom made these?" I said, She makes them every Christmas. Family tradition. Jimmy said, tell her when you write. Tell her they were perfect. Best thing we've tasted over here. Dot's package had a scarf. She'd knitted it herself. Blue and white. The colors of the Virgin Mary. There was a note pinned to it. My dearest Michael, I know you're cold over there. I know it's hard. I wanted you to have something warm, something from home. I knitted this myself. Every stitch is a prayer for your safety. I miss you so much. The house feels empty without you, but I know you're doing important work, fighting for freedom, fighting so we can have our future. I still think about that future every day, our wedding, our home, our children, all of it. And I know we'll have it when you come home, and you will come home. I believe that with all my heart. Merry Christmas, my love. I'll be thinking of you tomorrow, praying for you, waiting for you. Always yours, Dot. I put the scarf on. It's warm, soft, smells like home somehow. Like her perfume. Like safety. The guys were quiet after that. Everyone processing. Thinking about home. About families. About what we're missing. Williams said, this is my first Christmas away from home. Danny said mine too. Jimmy said I've had 3 Christmases in the army. This is the worst one. Hank said I just hope it's the last one. I said it will be. We're going to win this. We're going to go home. We're going to have normal Christmases again. With families, with peace, with everything we're fighting for. Danny said, you really believe that, Sarge? I said, yes. I have to. What else is there? Around 2100 hours we heard something. Singing. Coming from across the lines, from the German positions maybe half a mile away. Stille Nacht. Heilige Nacht. They were singing Silent Night. In German. The enemy. On Christmas Eve, some of our guys wanted to shoot, fire at the sound, kill them while they're singing. But Captain Hayes stopped them. He said, no, it's Christmas Eve, let them sing. So we listened. The Germans singing Silent Night in the darkness. We just sung the same song an hour earlier. Same song, same story, same holiday, different sides, different uniforms, trying to kill each other. But for a few minutes on Christmas Eve, just men singing about peace. When they finished, someone in our line started singing again. The English version, Silent Night, Holy Night. The Germans went quiet, listened, then some of them started singing again, in German, harmonizing with us, both sides singing together. It lasted maybe 2 minutes. Then it stopped. Back to war. Back to killing. But for those 2 minutes there was something human, some recognition that we're all just men far from home, missing our families, wanting this to end. Then reality returned. The artillery started up again. Both sides. The war continued. Now it's late, past midnight. Technically Christmas Day. The guys are trying to sleep. Danny's curled up with the harmonica in his hands. Jimmy's smoking as always. Hank's holding the picture of his son. Williams is wrapped in his blanket, shivering. I'm wearing Dot's scarf, writing by candlelight, trying to process everything. Today I saw the worst and the best of humanity, saw dead children in a basement, saw men killed trying to escape their burning tank, saw violence and death and horror. But I also saw 40 men gather for prayer on Christmas Eve in the middle of a battlefield, saw enemies sing the same song about peace, saw a mother who made cookies for her son and a fiancé who knitted a scarf and a chaplain who still believes in hope despite burying dozens of boys. I don't know what to make of it all. Don't know how to reconcile the horror with the humanity. I just know I'm still alive. My crew is still alive, Lady Liberty is still running, and it's Christmas. Somehow, despite everything, it's Christmas. Merry Christmas, Dot. I'm thinking of you, missing you, loving you. Merry Christmas, Mom and Dad and Angela and Tony. I wish I was home. Merry Christmas to all the guys who didn't make it. Morrison, Harrison, Jenkins, all of them. Hope you found some peace. And Merry Christmas to us, the survivors, the ones still fighting, still hoping, still trying to make it home. One more day. That's all we have to do. Survive one more day, then another, until this war ends and we can all go home. Buon Natale. Madonna mia. Dio ci aiuti. Merry Christmas. And may God help us all. Entry 13, December 25th, 1944, night, Christmas Day. They attacked at dawn, German offensive on Christmas morning, so much for peace on earth. We were on stand to. Everyone up, weapons ready, watching the tree line. The attack came at 06:15, German infantry supported by armor, maybe battalion strength, hit our positions hard. All-day battle. 10 hours of continuous combat. The heaviest fighting since this whole offensive started. I can't write about all of it. Don't have the energy. Don't have the words. It's all blurring together now. The explosions, the firing, the screaming. One battle same as the next. We knocked out 2 Panthers and a Panzer IV. Lost 1 tank from our company. Sergeant Palmer's 3rd tank. He survived again somehow. Kid really does have 9 lives. But the infantry took heavy casualties. Dozens of wounded. Maybe 20 dead. Hard to get accurate counts during combat. We held the position, pushed the Germans back eventually. Air support came in around noon. P-47s with rockets. That turned the tide. By 1800 hours, the fighting stopped. Germans pulled back. We consolidated positions, counted casualties, treated wounded. It was during the lull that it happened. The thing I can't stop thinking about. We were clearing a sector the Germans had held. Standard sweep. Make sure no stragglers. No booby traps. Check the dead. Found a destroyed Belgian house. Recent artillery hit. The whole front wall had collapsed. In the rubble was a family, or what was left of one. Father, mother, grandfather, 2 children, a boy and a girl. Maybe 8 and 6 years old. All dead, fresh, killed this morning during the fighting. They'd been hiding in the house, trying to wait out the battle. An artillery round, ours or theirs, I don't know, hit the house directly. The children were still holding hands. I stood there looking at them. These 2 little kids, blonde hair, dirty faces, holding hands even in death. And something inside me just broke, shattered completely. I sat down right there in the rubble, among the bodies, and I couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't breathe. Williams found me. He said, Sarge, we need to move. Clear the rest of the sector. I didn't respond, just sat there staring at those children. Williams ran to get Danny and Jimmy. They came back, tried to get me up. Jimmy said, come on, Sarge, we have to keep moving. Orders. I said, what's the point? Danny said, what? I said, what's the point, Danny? What are we doing here? We're supposed to be liberating these people. But they're dead. All of them. Everyone dies. Civilians, soldiers, children, everyone. So what's the point? Jimmy said. The point is to stop the Germans. Stop the killing. I laughed. Bitter. Harsh. I said, stop the killing? We are the killing. We just killed this family. Our artillery. Our bombs. We did this. Hank spoke then. He come up behind us. He said, Sarge, the Germans invaded their country. We're here to push the Germans out. That's the point. I said, but everyone dies anyway. Don't you see? It doesn't matter who wins. The innocent people die either way. These kids, they didn't care about Nazis or allies. They just wanted to live. And we killed them. Danny knelt next to me, put his hand on my shoulder. He said, we didn't kill them, Sarge. The war killed them. And yeah, that's not fair. It's terrible. But if we give up, if we stop fighting, then what? The Germans win. They keep Belgium, keep France, keep murdering people. At least this way there's a chance. A chance for freedom. A chance for peace eventually. I said peace. There's no peace. Just more death. More killing. Forever. Jimmy said no. Not forever. This war will end. They all do. And when it does, these sacrifices will mean something. These people won't have died for nothing. I looked at him. Said, will they? Will they really? Or are we just telling ourselves that to feel better about what we're doing? None of them had an answer for that. We sat there for a while. In the ruins, among the dead, Christmas Day. Finally I stood up, said, okay, let's finish the sweep. Clear the sector. Do our jobs. Because that's all we can do. Do our jobs. Follow orders. Keep moving. Even when it feels meaningless. Even when we don't understand why. We cleared the rest of the sector. Found 3 German bodies. 1 American from an earlier engagement. Reported them for graves registration. Back at Lady Liberty, someone had organized a Christmas dinner. Field kitchen came up. managed to put together something that resembled a holiday meal: turkey, or something turkey-like, mashed potatoes, gravy, canned cranberries, even some kind of cake dessert thing. Everyone gathered, ate, tried to pretend it was normal. Christmas dinner with the boys. But nobody was really there. We were all somewhere else, thinking about other Christmases, better Christmases. Christmas at home. Father Ryan said grace. Thank God for the food, for our safety, for hope. I didn't bow my head, didn't close my eyes, just stared at the table. God sees all, the Padre had said yesterday. He knows your heart. Trust in him. But where was God today? Where was he when those children died? Where is he every day when good people die and evil thrives? Either God doesn't exist, or he exists but doesn't care, or he exists and cares but is powerless to stop evil. I don't know which is worse. After dinner, I walked away from the group, found a quiet spot, just me and Lady Liberty in the darkness. Opened Dot's package again, looked at the scarf, read her note again. Every stitch is a prayer for your safety. I wonder if prayers work, if God listens, if any of this means anything. I want to believe, I really do. Want to believe there's a plan, a purpose, that good triumphs eventually, that suffering isn't meaningless. But I can't, not anymore. I've seen too much. The evidence says otherwise. The evidence says the world is random and cruel. Good people die, bad people live while people live. Children holding hands get blown apart. And there's no reason, no justice, no divine plan, just chaos, just death, just meaningless suffering. Danny came over, sat next to me, didn't say anything, just sat there. After a while he said, my brother, Tony, he's 12, asked me in a letter what war is like. I didn't know what to write back. I said, what did you tell him? He said, I said it's boring most of the time. You wait around a lot, the food's bad, you miss home. I didn't tell him about the rest. I said, probably smart. He said, but he'll find out eventually, right? When we get home. We can't just pretend none of this happened. I said, no, we can't. He said, so what do we do? How do we live with what we've seen? I said, I don't know, Danny. I honestly don't know. We sat there in silence, two guys trying to figure out how to be human again after becoming machines of war. Williams joined us, then Jimmy, then Hank, the whole crew, all of us sitting in the darkness, not talking, just being together. That's all we have. Each other, the crew, the guys who understand without explanation, because nobody else will understand when we get home, when we try to explain. Nobody will really get it. They'll say thank you for your service. They'll shake our hands. They'll think they understand, but they won't, can't, unless you've been here, unless you've seen it, unless you've lived it. You can't understand. So we'll carry it alone. This weight, these memories, these nightmares, alone except for each other. The guys who were there, the guys who saw the same things, felt the same things, lost the same things. Jimmy said when we get home. First thing I'm doing, getting my grandmother's spaghetti and meatballs. The good stuff. Then I'm sleeping for a week. Danny said I'm going to watch a baseball game. Doesn't matter what teams. Just want to see something normal. Something that doesn't involve killing. William said I'm going to hug my dog. Just hug him for like an hour straight. Hank said I'm going to read my son a bedtime story. Every night. For as long as he'll let me. I said I'm going to marry Dot soon as I get back. Don't care about a big wedding. Don't care about waiting. Just want to marry her and start our life. Start forgetting all of this. Jimmy said, think we can forget? I said no. But we can try. We can build new memories. Good ones. Normal ones. Maybe eventually the good ones will outnumber the bad. Jimmy said maybe. But we all knew the truth. You don't forget. You just learn to live with it. The weight never goes away. You just get stronger at carrying it. Or you don't. And you break. Like so many have broken. It's 200 now, my watch. Guard duty, staring into darkness, waiting for an enemy that might not come. Christmas is over. Back to war tomorrow. More fighting, more death, more meaningless sacrifice. But at least I'm alive. At least my crew is alive. At least we made it through one more day. That has to be enough. Because it's all we've got. I'm keeping Dot's scarf on. It's warm. And it reminds me there's something beyond this. Something worth surviving for. A wedding. A home. A future. Kids who will never know war. who will never see what we've seen, who will never carry what we carry. That's what we're fighting for. Not for Belgium, not for freedom in the abstract, but for our own futures, our own families, our own small pieces of peace. If we can just survive long enough to claim them. Bottom of the ninth inning now, maybe extra innings. The game keeps going longer than it should. Both teams exhausted. Both sides bleeding. But the game will end eventually. Everything does. And when it does, I'm going home. Going to see Dot. Going to start that life we planned. If I make it. If I survive. If this war doesn't kill me first. Big if. But I have to believe. Have to hope. Because without that, what's left? Just death and darkness and despair. And that's no way to fight. No way to live. So, I'll hope. I'll fight. I'll survive. One more day. Then another. Then another. Until this nightmare ends and life begins again. Buon Natale. It's over now. Back to war. Madonna mia, Dio ci aiuti. And God, if you're listening, if you're there at all, please let this end soon. We can't take much more. None of us can. Entry 14, December 26, 1944, evening, near Bastogne. The breakthrough came today. Patton's 3rd Army, 4th Armored Division. They punched through to Bastogne yesterday. Today they widened the corridor. We were part of it. Task force pushing south, linking up with 3rd Army units. Opening the road. The Germans fought hard, really hard, but they're running out of everything. Fuel, ammunition, reserves. You can see it in how they fight now. More desperate, less coordinated. We moved out at 0700. Clear skies again. Air support overhead. P-47 circling like hawks, waiting for targets. The advance went better than expected. We covered maybe 8 miles, took several objectives, destroyed German positions, opened up supply routes, lost 1 tank. But the crew got out. All 5 of them. That's becoming more common now. Germans are using lighter guns, running low on the big anti-tank weapons, shells that damage tanks but don't always penetrate. Or maybe we're just getting luckier. Around 1300 hours we made contact with units from 4th Armored, Patton's boys. They'd been fighting their way north for 3 days. 100-mile advance in terrible weather. Impressive. Met their company commander, Captain Wilson. From Texas. Big guy. Confident. The kind of officer men follow because they trust him. He said, "You boys from 3rd Armored, Spearhead Division?" I said, "That's right. Company B, 2nd Battalion." He said, "Heard you had it rough up here. Germans hit you hard on the 16th. I said, "You could say that. We've been fighting for 10 days straight." He let out a low whistle. He said, 10 days. Jesus. We thought our 3-day push was bad. You boys look like hell. I said, "We feel like hell." He said, "Well, it's almost over. The worst of it anyway. We broke through to Bastogne. Corridors open. Supplies are flowing. Germans are on the defensive now. We're pushing them back." Danny said, "You really think it's over? The battle?" Wilson said. "The crisis?" "Yeah. Germans shot their load, threw everything at us. Didn't work. Now they're retreating, fighting rear guard actions, trying to save what's left of their forces. We're mopping up now." I wanted to believe him, but I've learned not to trust optimism in war. Things can turn bad fast. Still, he might be right. The evidence supports it. Clear skies, air superiority. Open supply lines, Germans retreating. In most sectors. Maybe we actually won. Maybe we survived the worst. Later in the afternoon, we encountered a Tiger tank. First Tiger I've seen in days. Used to be they were everywhere. Now they're rare. Running out of fuel probably. Can't move those monsters without massive amounts of gas. This one was abandoned. Sitting in a field. Out of fuel. Crew gone. Just left it there. We stopped to look at it. This massive machine. 56 tons of steel and death. The gun alone looks like it could punch through a building. Jimmy said if these things had fuel, we'd be dead. No contest. Our Shermans can't touch them. Hank said, but they don't have fuel. That's what matters. All the armor in the world doesn't help if you can't move. He's right. That's Germany's problem now. They've got good equipment, good weapons, but no fuel to run them, no ammunition to fire them, no men to crew them. They're finished, just don't know it yet. Or maybe they do know it. Maybe that's why they're fighting so desperately. Last gasp of a dying regime. We continued south, passed through territory that had been German-held just days ago. Supply dumps, equipment, vehicles, all abandoned. Passed through Bastogne itself around 1600 hours. The town is destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. Artillery and bombing have reduced most of it to rubble. But the people are still there, civilians, coming out of basements and cellars, waving American flags, crying, thanking us. One old woman ran up to our tank. She was speaking French. I don't speak French. But her meaning was clear. She was thanking us, blessing us, crying. She kissed my hand. This old Belgian woman kissed my filthy, bloody hand and called me an angel. I'm no angel. I'm just a mechanic from Philadelphia who's killed a lot of people and watched a lot of friends die. But to her, we're saviors, liberators, heroes. I don't feel like a hero. I feel tired, broken, numb. But if our being here means something to these people, then maybe it wasn't all meaningless. Maybe those children who died, those families we couldn't save, maybe their sacrifice bought freedom for others. Maybe. I want to believe that, need to believe that. Otherwise, what's the point of any of this? We set up for the night on the southern edge of Bastogne, defensive positions. But it feels different now, less desperate, more routine. The artillery is lighter, the German guns are pulling back, running out of ammunition, or withdrawing before they get cut off. For the first time in 11 days, I actually feel like we might survive this. Supply convoy came through at 1900 hours, full resupply, everything we need, fuel, ammunition, food, mail, even some luxuries, real coffee, chocolate bars, cigarettes. The supply sergeant was grinning. He said, "Corridors wide open now. We can get anything up here. You boys need something special? I can probably find it." Jimmy said, "Can you find us a ticket home?" The sergeant laughed. He said, "Not yet, but soon. Word is the Germans are finished. This offensive broke them, used up their last reserves. It's just a matter of time now before we're in Berlin." William said, "How much time?" The sergeant shrugged. He said, 3 months? 6? Hard to say. But the end is coming. Everyone can feel it. 3 to 6 months, that's not long. In the grand scheme. But in combat time, that's forever. That's 100 more chances to die. But at least there's an end in sight, a finish line. However far away, mail call brought letters from home. I got 3. One from Dot, one from my mother, one from Angela. Dot's letter was dated December 15th, before she knew about the German offensive, before she knew we were in danger. She wrote about Christmas shopping, about her job at the factory, about missing me, normal stuff, beautiful normal stuff. She ended with, "I have a good feeling about next year, 1945. I think it's going to be our year, the year the war ends, the year you come home, the year we start our life together. I can feel it. I hope she's right. God, I hope she's right." My mother's letter was in Italian. She's worried. Heard about the German offensive on the radio. Knows 3rd Armored is in Belgium. Prays for me constantly. She said, "Come home safe, mio figlio. Your room is ready. Your father keeps your baseball glove oiled. We're waiting for you." Angela's letter was cheerful. Talked about school, about boys, about wanting to go to college after graduation. She's 16 now. Almost a woman. Not the little girl I left behind. She said, "Everyone at school asks about you. They think you're a hero. I tell them you're just my brother, my annoying big brother who used to put frogs in my lunchbox. But I'm proud of you anyway." I smiled reading that, first real smile in days. Annoying big brother, that's me. That's who I want to be again. Not Staff Sergeant Russo, not tank commander, not killer, just Mike. The annoying big brother, the guy who fixes cars and plays baseball and loves his family. Can I be that person again, after everything, after what I've seen and done? I don't know, but I want to try. The crew is in better spirits tonight. You can see it, hear it, feel it. Danny's playing his harmonica again. Actually playing. Not just holding it. He's doing I'll Be Home for Christmas, and it sounds hopeful this time. Jimmy's teaching William's poker. Williams is actually laughing. First time I've heard him laugh. He's terrible at poker, but he's having fun. Hank's writing a letter to his wife. He doesn't talk about her much, but I see him writing. See him smile while he writes. We're all thinking the same thing. Maybe we're going to make it. Maybe we're going to survive. Maybe we're going home. Captain Hayes came by at 2100 hours. Checked on everyone. Told us we did good today. Told us the battalion commander specifically mentioned our company. Said we've been exemplary under fire. He stopped at Lady Liberty. Said, Russo, battalion wants to put you up for a medal. Bronze Star probably. For actions during the offensive. Your leadership, your tactical decisions, keeping your crew alive through the worst fighting this division has seen. I said I was just doing my job, sir. He said, that's what heroes always say, but you did more than your job. You did exceptional work. The medal is deserved. I don't feel like I deserve a medal. I survived. That's all. Other guys died. Better guys. Morrison, Harrison, Jenkins. They deserve medals. Not me. But I thanked him anyway. Said I appreciate it, sir. He said, one more thing. Eddie Kowalski, your loader. He's been asking about you. Wants to know when he can rejoin the crew. Doctors say another week. Maybe 2. His arm is healing well. That made me happy. Really happy. Eddie's okay. He's going to be fine. Going to rejoin us. The crew will be complete again. 5 guys. The way it's supposed to be. I asked, how's he doing? Mentally? Captain Hayes said better than most. Kid's got spirit. Keeps telling the nurses he needs to get back to his tank. Back to his crew. They have to keep reminding him he needs to heal first. That's Eddie. Loyal, dedicated. One of the good ones. I said, tell him we're keeping Lady Liberty warm for him. Tell him we'll be waiting. Captain Hayes said I will. He'll be glad to hear it. After he left, I sat on the turret, looking at the stars. Clear night, cold but not unbearable. Maybe 25 degrees. The sky is beautiful, full of stars. No clouds, no smoke, just stars stretching to infinity. I tried to remember the last time I looked at stars and just appreciated them. Not scanning for aircraft, not worrying about getting hit, just looking at beauty for its own sake. Can't remember. Months probably. The war does that. Takes away your ability to appreciate things. Everything becomes tactical. Everything becomes threat assessment. You forget how to just be, how to exist without fear. But maybe I can learn again. Maybe when this is over, when I'm home. Maybe I can sit on my porch with Dot and look at stars and just appreciate them. Maybe. Jimmy climbed up, sat next to me, offered me a cigarette. I don't usually smoke, but I took it. We sat there smoking, looking at stars. He said, you think we're going to make it, Sarge? Really make it? I said, yeah, I think so. The worst is over. We survived the crisis. Now it's just grinding forward until Germany surrenders. He said, how long you think, until it's over? I said, Captain Supply Sergeant said 3 to 6 months. Jimmy whistled. He said, 6 more months of this. That's a lot of chances to die. I said, but a lot more chances to live. Odds are in our favor now. Germans are finished. We have everything. They have nothing. Math says we survive. He said math doesn't account for luck, or random chance, or one shell with your name on it. I said true, but I choose to be optimistic. For the first time in 2 weeks, I actually think we're going home. He smiled. Small smile, but real. He said, yeah, me too. We sat there for a while longer. 2 guys, survivors, looking at stars, thinking about home. The war isn't over, won't be over for months. There's still danger, still death, still fear. But for the first time, there's also hope. Real hope. Not desperate hope, not wishful thinking, but actual tangible hope based on reality. We survived the Battle of the Bulge, the biggest battle the U.S. Army has ever fought. The last major German offensive, the crisis, we survived. That's not nothing, that's everything. I'm going to sleep now, real sleep, 6 hours maybe, first time in 2 weeks. Tomorrow we'll fight again, push the Germans back further, continue the advance. But tonight I'm going to sleep without that constant terror, without thinking every sound is an attack, without wondering if I'll wake up. Tonight I'm going to sleep like a man who believes he has a future. because for the first time in 2 weeks, I do. We all do. The tide has turned, the battle is won, the war continues, but we're winning now, and that makes all the difference. Bottom of the ninth, tied game, we're at bat, and I think we're about to score. Just have to hang on a little longer. Just have to survive a little longer. We can do this. We will do this. We're going home. Entry 15, December 28th, 1944, afternoon. Somewhere east of Bastogne. The fighting continues, but it's different now. Not desperate, not chaotic, more methodical. We advance. Germans retreat. We take positions. They fall back to new positions. Grinding forward inch by inch. Today we cleared a wooded area. Germans had dug in. Machine gun nests, mortars, some anti-tank guns. Standard defensive position. We coordinated with infantry. Tank-infantry cooperation. The way it's supposed to work. Tanks suppress enemy positions. Infantry advances. Infantry marks targets. Tanks destroy them. Back and forth. Mutual support. It went well. We cleared the woods by 1400 hours. Minimal casualties. 2 wounded. None killed. That's progress. A whole engagement without anyone dying. But something happened that I can't stop thinking about. We were advancing through the trees. Slow, careful, looking for targets. Lady Liberty was in the lead. My position. Jimmy spotted something. Movement in the trees. 40 yards ahead. He said, target. Infantry. Trees. 11 o'clock. I looked through my periscope. Saw them. German soldiers. Maybe 5 or 6. They looked young. Really young. And they weren't shooting. They were just standing there, hands up, surrendering. I said, hold fire. They're surrendering. We called up the infantry. They moved forward, secured the Germans, searched them. Standard procedure. I dismounted to get a better look. Wanted to assess the situation, make sure it wasn't a trap. The Germans were kids. I mean really kids. Couldn't have been 17, 16 maybe, wearing uniforms that didn't fit, carrying weapons they barely knew how to use. One of them was crying. Quietly. Trying to hide it. But I could see. Our infantry sergeant was questioning them, trying to figure out their unit, where their positions were, how many more Germans in the area. None of them spoke English, but one spoke a little French. One of our guys spoke French. They communicated. Turns out these kids were from a Volksgrenadier division. People's Grenadier. That's what the Germans are fielding now. Not regular army, not even properly trained, just conscripts. Boys too young and men too old, thrown into uniforms and sent to the front. They'd been in position for 3 days. No food, no resupply. Their officers had fled yesterday, just left them, these kids, alone in the frozen woods with no orders and no hope. They surrendered as soon as they saw us, didn't even try to fight. The infantry sergeant said, "What do we do with them?" The lieutenant said, "Send them back. POW processing, let intelligence question them." So we did. Sent them back under guard. 6 German kids who probably won't see combat again. Who'll spend the rest of the war in a POW camp. Safe, fed, alive. Lucky, really. They get to survive. But I kept thinking about them. Kids, younger than Danny, younger than Williams, fighting for a regime that's collapsing, sent to die for nothing. What if we'd seen them 2 weeks ago? During the desperate fighting, during the heat of battle, we would have killed them, without hesitation, without mercy. They were the enemy. You kill the enemy. But today they just looked like kids. Scared kids far from home. Same as us, really. Just wearing different uniforms. War is strange that way. The enemy is inhuman when they're trying to kill you, but human again when they surrender. When you see their faces. When you realize they're just men. Just boys. Same as you. After we cleared the woods, we took a break. 30-minute rest while headquarters decided our next objective. I walked away from the tank. Needed to think. Needed space. Found a quiet spot. Just me and the trees. Sat on a fallen log. Jimmy Santos came looking for me. He said, "Sarge, you okay?" I said, "Yeah, just needed a minute." He sat down next to me. Didn't say anything, just sat there. After a while I said, "Jimmy, you remember Lieutenant Morrison?" He said, "Of course." How could I forget? I said, "You remember how I froze up after he died? How I said I couldn't do it anymore?" He said, "Yeah, I remember." I said, "You know what brought me back? What made me keep going?" He said, "What?" I said, "Hank." He reminded me that I had a responsibility to you guys, to the crew, that if I broke down, you'd die, so I couldn't break down, not yet. Jimmy nodded. He said, "Hank's smart that way." I said, "But the thing is, I'm still carrying Morrison, and Harrison, and Jenkins, and all the others. Every single one. They're all in here. In my head, in my heart. I see their faces, hear their voices. It doesn't go away." Jimmy said, "I know. Me too. We all are." I said, "How do you deal with it?" The weight? He thought about it. Then he said, "I don't deal with it. Not really. I just keep moving forward. One day at a time, 1 hour at a time. I figure I'll deal with it when the war's over. When I have time, when I'm safe. But not now. Now I just have to survive." I said, "And you think that works? Just pushing it down? Ignoring it?" He said, "I don't know. Probably not. Probably all this shit is going to come back up eventually. Probably I'll have nightmares for the rest of my life. But what choice do we have? We can't process it now. We're still in it, still fighting. Processing comes later." He's right. That's all we can do. Survive now. Process later. If there is a later. I said, "You saved my life. You know that? Last week. When you kept that panther from targeting us. You saved my life." He said, "You saved mine plenty of times too. That's what a crew does. We save each other." I said, "Still. I owe you. Anything you need. Anything ever. You just ask." He smiled. He said, "I'll remember that. When we're home and I need help moving furniture or something." I laughed. Actually laughed. He said, "You can repay me by helping me move into my first apartment with Maria. You and that mechanical know-how. Help me fix the plumbing that's definitely going to be broken." I said, "Deal. I'll fix your plumbing, your car, whatever you need, free of charge. For life." He said, "For life? Damn, Sarge. That's a good deal." We sat there for a while longer. 2 friends, 2 brothers, 2 survivors. The war has taken a lot from us, but it's given us this. These bonds, these connections, deeper than blood, forged in fire and fear and shared trauma. I'd die for Jimmy, for Danny, for Hank, for Williams, for Eddie when he comes back. And they'd die for me. That's not nothing. In a world of chaos and death and meaninglessness, that's something real. Something solid, something worth protecting. We moved out at 1500 hours. New objective. Clear another village. Standard mission. We did it. Took 3 hours. Lost nobody. Germans pulled back without major resistance. Evening now, set up in the village we just took. Buildings mostly intact, civilians gone. Fled or evacuated. Just empty houses and quiet streets. It's eerie. Walking through an abandoned village. Doors open, food still on tables. Lives interrupted mid-sentence. Everyone just gone. War displaces millions. That's what they don't tell you. It's not just the soldiers who suffer. It's everyone. Civilians forced from their homes. Running from armies. Running from danger. Leaving everything behind. Where do they go? How do they rebuild? What happens to them after? I don't know. Nobody knows. That's somebody else's problem. Some other department. We just fight. That's our job. But I think about it. Can't help it. All these empty houses. All these interrupted lives. All these people who just wanted to be left alone to live in peace. And now they're refugees. Homeless. Displaced. Because armies needed to fight over their village. Danny said it's not fair. I said no. It's not. He said, why don't they just stop? All of them. Both sides. Just stop fighting. Call a truce. Go home. I said, because it doesn't work that way. Someone has to win. Someone has to lose. That's how wars end. He said, but why? Why can't both sides just agree to stop? I didn't have a good answer. I said, because Hitler won't stop. He'll keep fighting until Germany is destroyed. Until there's nothing left. That's who he is. So we have to destroy him. Destroy his army. Destroy his regime. There's no other way. Danny said, so more people die. More villages get destroyed. More families become refugees. I said, yes, That's war. It's not fair. It's not right. But it's reality. He went quiet after that, just stood there, looking at the empty village, thinking his own thoughts. He's 20 years old, still has some innocence left, some belief that the world should be fair. I'm 24. That belief died weeks ago. The world isn't fair. It isn't just. It isn't kind. It's brutal and random and cruel. And all you can do is survive it. Protect the people you love. Hold on to whatever small pieces of good you can find. That's all there is. I wrote to Dot tonight. Actual letter I'll mail. Told her things are better. The crisis is over. We're winning now. I'll be home eventually. Maybe spring, maybe summer. But I'll be home. Told her I love her. Miss her. Think about her constantly. Told her I'm different now. Changed. But I still want everything we planned. The life, the marriage, the future. I'll work on being the man she remembers. I'll try. That's all I can promise. I'll try. I also wrote a letter to Lieutenant Morrison's widow. Finally, finished it. Took me a week. Wrote it. Tore it up. Wrote it again. Tore it up. Did that maybe 10 times. Finally got it right. Told her he was brave, professional, respected by his men, that he died quickly without suffering, that last part's a lie but necessary. Told her his sacrifice meant something, that we held the line, that we won, that Belgium is free because of men like him. Nice lies, the kind that let widows sleep at night. Sealed the letter, put it with the mail to go out. Tomorrow a truck will take it back, process it, send it to Philadelphia. To a woman I've never met, to tell her things she needs to hear whether they're true or not. That's part of my job too, writing letters to the families, telling them their sons and husbands and fathers died bravely, died with honor, died for something that mattered, even when I don't believe it myself. It's late now. Past midnight, guard duty done, trying to sleep. Can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes I see those German kids, their faces, their fear, how young they were. Could have been Danny's little brother. Could have been my brother Tony in a few years if this war had gone differently. Kids fighting wars started by old men, tale as old as time. I keep thinking about all the men I've killed, not just Germans. The German spy at the crossroads, the soldiers in the tanks I destroyed, the infantry positions we suppressed, dozens, maybe hundreds, over 6 months of combat. How many of them were kids like those 6 today? How many were just scared boys forced into uniform, told to fight or be shot as deserters? How many wanted to be there as much as we do? Which is to say, not at all. I'll never know. Can't know. In combat, you don't see faces, don't see individuals, just targets, just threats, just enemy. That's how you survive. Dehumanize them. Make them other. Make killing them easier. But then you see them up close. See them surrender. See them cry. See them as human. And you can't unknow that. Can't unsee it. Can't go back to simple us versus them. They're human. We're human. We're all just humans killing each other for reasons most of us don't fully understand. That's the truth. War doesn't want you to see. That's the reality they train out of you. That's the knowledge that makes fighting harder. So you push it down, ignore it, focus on the mission, on survival, on protecting your brothers. That's all you can do. All any of us can do. One more day, one more battle, one more step toward home. Carry the weight, carry the dead, carry the guilt and fear and trauma. Carry it until you can't anymore, until you break, or until the war ends. Whichever comes first. Madonna mia, Dio ci aiuti. God help us. Every single one of us. On both sides. Because we all need it. Entry 16. December 31st, 1944, 2300 hours. New Year's Eve. In 1 hour it will be 1945. A new year. Maybe the last year of this war. We're in reserve tonight. Pulled back from the front. Battalion needs rest. Reorganization, replacement of men and equipment. Someone organized a New Year's Eve gathering, not quite a party. You can't call it a party when you're in a war zone, but a gathering, soldiers coming together to mark the passage of time. Someone found cognac, liberated from a German supply dump probably. Several bottles, passed them around. Someone else had a radio, picked up Armed Forces Network, playing music. Glenn Miller, Benny Goodman, Artie Shaw. Big band sounds from another world, from peacetime, from normalcy. Around 50 guys gathered, mix of tankers and infantry, guys from different companies, different platoons, all of us dirty and tired and glad to be alive. Captain Hayes made a toast, held up a tin cup with cognac. He said, "Gentlemen, we've survived 1944, the longest year of our lives probably, the hardest. We've lost friends, brothers, good men, but we're still here, still fighting. And 1945 will see this war end. We're going home. To that I say cheers." Everyone drank, harsh cognac burning down throats. But nobody cared. It was warm, and it was alcohol, and it marked a moment. After Captain Hayes, other guys started making toasts, remembering the fallen, remembering the battles, remembering where we started and where we are now. Sergeant Palmer stood up. He said, "I want to toast the guys who didn't make it, the ones who should be here. Lieutenant Morrison, Lieutenant Harrison, Sergeant Matthews, Corporal Jensen, all of them. We're here because of them, because they held the line when it mattered. So here's to absent friends." Everyone raised their cups, drank in silence, remembering. I thought about all of them. 11 men from my tank crews over 6 months, 7 before the Bulge, 4 during, 11 names I carry every day, plus all the others. The guys from other tanks, other companies, faces I knew, names I remember, voices I'll never hear again. How many? 50? 100? The battalion has 76% casualties. That's most of the guys I landed with in June. Gone. Dead or wounded or broken. Mostly dead. 76%. That number haunts me. 3 out of every 4 men I served with are gone. 3 out of 4. How am I still here? How is my crew still here? Pure luck? Divine intervention? Random chance? I don't know. Can't know. But I'm grateful. Terrified but grateful. After the formal toasts, people started talking, sharing stories, laughing, actually laughing, dark humor mostly, gallows humor, the kind you need to survive war. Someone told a story about a supply clerk who accidentally ordered 1,000 left boots. No right boots, just left. Battalion ended up with guys hobbling around with 2 left boots for a week until they could sort it out. Everyone laughed. Ridiculous bureaucratic incompetence. Classic army. Someone else told a story about a lieutenant who got so lost during maneuvers he ended up in Switzerland, actually crossed the border, had to get escorted back by Swiss police, got relieved of command. More laughter. The kind that releases tension, that reminds you life has absurdity as well as horror. Danny told a story about the time he accidentally shifted into reverse during combat. We were advancing, and suddenly we were backing up at high speed, right into a ditch. Got stuck. Took 2 hours to get unstuck with Germans shooting at us the whole time. I remember that day. Wanted to kill Danny. But looking back, it's almost funny. The absurdity of it. Jimmy told a story about his grandmother, how she used to whack him with a wooden spoon when he misbehaved. Said German shells were less scary than his grandmother when she was angry. Everyone laughed at that too. Italian grandmothers, legendary for their tempers and their cooking. Williams was quiet. Just listening, he's still new, still doesn't have the shared history, still processing everything. I asked him, "You okay, kid?" He said, "Yeah, just thinking. This is my first New Year away from home." Danny said, "Mine too." Williams said 1944 was supposed to be my year. Graduated high school, got a job, met a girl, had my whole life ahead of me. Then they drafted me. Now I'm here, in Belgium, in a war, killing people, being shot at, and 1944 is over. He paused. Then he said, "It all happened so fast. 6 months ago, I was working at a grain elevator in Nebraska. Now I'm a tank loader, combat veteran, seen more death than I can process. How does that happen so fast?" Nobody had a good answer. That's how war works. Takes normal people and throws them into extraordinary circumstances, changes them, hardens them, breaks them, all in the span of months. Hank spoke up. Rare for him. He said, "Kid, you survived. That's what matters. 1944 tried to kill you and failed. You're alive. You're here. You've got 1945 to look forward to. That's something." Williams nodded. Didn't look convinced, but nodded anyway. The music kept playing. Some guy with an accordion joined in, played along with the radio. It was terrible. Off key, out of rhythm. But nobody cared. It was music. It was human. It was proof we were still alive. Around 22:30 hours, Father Ryan showed up. The chaplain. He'd been making rounds, visiting different groups, giving blessings, offering comfort. He said, "Mind if I join you boys?" Captain Hayes said, "Not at all, Father. Have some cognac." Father Ryan smiled. He said, "Don't mind if I do." The Lord permits a drink on New Year's Eve. He took a cup, drank, made a face. He said, "That's terrible cognac." Everyone laughed. Even priests have standards. Father Ryan said, "I want to say something, if you'll indulge me." Everyone went quiet, listened. He said, "This year has been hard. 1944, June 6th we landed in France. Since then we fought across Europe, lost many good men, seen things no one should see, carried weights no one should carry." He paused, looked at all of us. He said, "But you're still here, still standing, still fighting. That takes courage, real courage. The kind that doesn't make headlines but should. The courage to keep going when everything says stop, to keep fighting when all hope seems lost, to keep living when death surrounds you." He raised his cup. He said, "So I toast you, every one of you, the survivors, the fighters, the men who refuse to quit. May God bless you, may He protect you, may He bring you home safe to the people who love you." Everyone drank. Some guys were crying, not ashamed, just honest, raw emotion on display. Then Father Ryan said, "Shall we sing? Auld Lang Syne? For old time's sake?" Someone started. "Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind?" Others joined in. More and more voices, singing badly, off-key, but singing. "Should old acquaintance be forgot and Auld Lang Syne?" I thought about old acquaintances, the men we left behind, the friends who won't see 1945. Morrison, Harrison, Matthews, Jenkins, all of them. "For Auld Lang Syne, my dear, for Auld Lang Syne." My voice cracked. Couldn't sing anymore. Just stood there, listening, remembering. "We'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne." The song ended. 23:50 hours, 10 minutes until midnight, 10 minutes until a new year. Captain Hayes said, "All right, gentlemen, in 10 minutes we say goodbye to 1944, the hardest year of our lives, and we welcome 1945, the year this war ends, the year we go home." Someone shouted, "Here, here." Others joined in, cheering, laughing, hoping. The final minutes ticked by. Someone counted down. 10, 9, 8. We all joined in. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Midnight. New Year. 1945. Everyone cheered, hugged, slapped backs, shook hands, celebrated being alive to see another year. Jimmy hugged me. He said, "We made it, Sarge. We made it to 45. I hugged him back. He said, "Yeah, we did." Danny was crying and laughing at the same time. He said, "I didn't think I'd make it. I really didn't think I'd see 1945. Hank said, "But you did. We all did." Williams just looked stunned, overwhelmed. This skinny kid from Nebraska who 6 months ago was working in a grain elevator, now a combat veteran, a survivor, a man changed forever. The celebration continued for another hour. More drinking, more stories, more laughter and tears and processing, but eventually people drifted off, back to their positions, back to their tanks, back to reality, because tomorrow the war continues. The calendar changed, but nothing else did. We're still in Belgium, still fighting Germans, still in danger, but for one night we celebrated. We marked the passage of time, we acknowledged survival, we dared to hope. Now it's 01:30, January 1st, 1945. First entry of the new year. I'm sitting in Lady Liberty. Everyone else is sleeping. Just me and my thoughts and this diary. I'm thinking about 1944, what it took from me, what it gave me. It took my innocence, my simple faith, my belief that good triumphs and God protects the righteous. It took my ability to sleep without nightmares, to hear loud noises without flinching, to see the world as fundamentally safe. It took 11 men who served under my command, friends, brothers, good men who deserved to live. But it gave me things too. It gave me bonds deeper than blood, brothers I'd die for. It gave me knowledge of my own capabilities, my own strength. I survived things I didn't think I could survive. It gave me appreciation for small things: hot coffee, clean clothes, a letter from home, a moment without fear, things I took for granted before. It gave me Dot's love, proven through distance and time and uncertainty. She waited. She wrote. She believed in me. That's worth more than gold. It gave me this crew: Jimmy, Danny, Hank, Williams, Eddie waiting to rejoin us. 5 guys, 4 now, who trust me, who follow me, who stay alive because we work together. That's not nothing. In a year of loss and horror and death, that's something. So what do I want from 1945? Simple things: survival, home, Dot, family, peace, normal life, a garage in Philadelphia, fixing cars, coaching little league maybe, Sunday dinners with family, growing old with Dot, with kids, grandkids eventually, a quiet, normal life. That's all. That's everything. But first I have to survive. 3 months, 6 months, however long until Germany surrenders. Have to keep my crew alive. Have to keep Lady Liberty running. Have to keep fighting. 1 more day. 1 more week. 1 more month. However long it takes. We've made it this far. Through Normandy, through France, through Belgium, through the Battle of the Bulge. The hardest fighting the U.S. Army has seen. We've survived. We're still here. Still fighting. We can make it the rest of the way. I believe that. Have to believe that. 1945 will be our year. The year the war ends. The year we go home. The year life begins again. I'm claiming that. Believing it. Making it real through force of will. We're going home. All of us. This crew. These brothers. These survivors. We're going to make it. Happy New Year, Dot. I'm thinking of you. Missing you. Loving you. This year we'll be together. I promise. Happy New Year, Mom and Dad and Angela and Tony. I'm alive. I'm okay. I'm coming home. Happy New Year to Morrison and Harrison and all the guys who didn't make it. You're not forgotten. You're honored. You're carried forward into this new year by the men who survived. And Happy New Year to us, the crew, the survivors, the fighters. We made it to 45. Against all odds, against all probability. We're alive, and we're staying that way. Whatever it takes, however long it takes, we're going home. Believe it, claim it, make it real. 1945. Our year, the year we win, the year we survive, the year we go home. Entry 17, January 2nd, 1945, evening, rear assembly area, first full day of the new year. We spent it on maintenance and reorganization. No combat, first break in over 2 weeks. The battalion is being reconstituted. That's the official term. Reconstituted. Like we're orange juice or something. Reality is we're getting replacements for the men we lost. New tanks for the ones destroyed. Trying to rebuild into something that resembles a fighting unit. The casualties from the Bulge are staggering. 3rd Armored Division lost 90 tanks. 90. Hundreds of men killed or wounded. Some companies are at 30% strength. Company B started the offensive with 21 tanks. We have 8 left. 8. The rest destroyed. 65 men. Maybe 20 got out alive and unwounded. 70% casualties. 70%. They're bringing in replacements. New guys, fresh from training, look like children. Scared, overwhelmed. No idea what they're walking into. I remember being that green. June. Normandy. Seems like a lifetime ago. Was a lifetime ago. Different person, different world. One of the replacements got assigned to our platoon. PFC Miller, from Ohio, 19 years old. This is his first assignment, straight from training to combat zone, no transition, no adjustment period, just here's your tank, here's your war, good. Luck. Kid asked me what it's like. Combat, what he should expect. I didn't know what to tell him. What do you say? It's terrifying. It's brutal. You'll see things that haunt you forever. Most of you won't survive. I said it's loud. Keep your head. Listen to your commander. Trust your crew. Stay alert. That's how you survive. He said, are you scared, even now? Even with all your experience? I said every day, every hour. Fear doesn't go away. You just learn to function through it. He didn't look reassured. But what did he expect? Comforting lies? We're past that now. Spent the afternoon working on Lady Liberty. Full maintenance, changed the oil, replaced worn track pads, cleaned the gun thoroughly, checked every system, every bolt, every rivet. She's been through hell, taken multiple hits. One round dented the glass's plate 3 inches deep, another scraped along the turret, dozens of small arms impacts, shrapnel scars everywhere. But she's still running, still fighting, still protecting us. Danny said she's a good tank, the lady. Brought us through everything. Jimmy said best tank in the battalion. Never let us down. William said think she'll make it? Until the end? I said if we take care of her, she'll take care of us. That's how it works. Hank was quiet, methodical, going over every inch of the bowgun, cleaning, lubricating, making sure everything worked perfectly. That's how Hank deals with stress. Work. Precision. Control the things you can control. Smart man. We got news about Eddie. He's healing well. Doctors say another week, maybe 10 days. Then he can return to duty. Rejoin the crew. I wrote him a letter. Told him Lady Liberty misses him. Told him we're keeping his spot warm. Told him Williams is doing okay, but nobody loads like Eddie Kowalski. Told him to take his time, heal properly. We'll be here when he's ready. Truth is, I can't wait to have him back. Williams tries. He's getting better. But Eddie's one of us. Original crew. Brothers. It's not the same without him. Mail call brought more letters from home. 3 for me, 1 from Dot, 1 from my mother, 1 from Father Maloney, the priest from our parish. Dot's letter was dated December 20th, right when the Bulge was at its worst. She didn't know what was happening yet. Letter was cheerful, optimistic, talking about wedding plans, about her new job at a different factory, about seeing a movie with her girlfriends. Normal life. Beautiful normal life, a world away from here. She ended with, I have this feeling, this certainty that you're going to be okay, that you're going to come home to me. I don't know how I know, I just do. Call it faith, call it love, call it whatever you want, but I know you're coming home, and I'll be waiting. I hope she's right. God, I hope she's right. My mother's letter was worried. She'd heard about the German offensive on the radio. Knew 3rd Armored was involved. Hadn't heard from me in weeks. Was terrified. She wrote in Italian, begging me to write, to let her know I'm alive, to tell her I'm safe. A mother's fear transcending language and distance. I wrote back immediately, told her I'm fine. The fighting was hard, but we survived. I'm safe. I'm okay. Don't worry. Lies. Nice lies. But necessary. What else can you tell your mother? Father Maloney's letter surprised me. He wrote about faith, about doubt, about how even the most faithful sometimes question God's plan. He said, Michael, I know what you're going through over there. I served in the First War. I saw the trenches, the gate, the death, and I questioned everything, questioned God, questioned the church, questioned whether any of it meant anything. He said it took me years to reconcile my faith with what I saw, to understand that God doesn't promise to prevent suffering, only to be with us through it. That's the mystery of the cross. God suffers with us, doesn't prevent suffering but shares it. He said you're going to come home different, changed. That's okay. That's expected. Don't try to be the boy who left. Be the man you're becoming. And know that God is with you, even in the darkness, especially in the darkness. I read that letter 3 times, trying to understand, trying to believe. I want to believe, want to have faith. But it's hard, so hard after everything I've seen. Maybe Father Maloney is right. Maybe God doesn't prevent suffering but shares it. Maybe that's enough. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's just words to make terrible things bearable. I don't know. Can't know. Not yet. Maybe after the war. When I have time. When I have distance. Maybe then I'll figure it out. For now I just survive. Just keep moving forward. This evening, some of the guys organized a baseball game. Found a field. clear of snow, relatively flat. Someone had a ball and a bat in their duffel. No gloves, no bases, just improvised. 20 guys played, mix of companies, infantry and tankers, just Americans playing baseball in Belgium. Middle of a war. I caught. Like old times, crouched behind the plate, called pitches, threw to second when guys tried to steal. It felt good, really good, normal, human, like we were back in the world, back in real life. Danny pitched. Terrible pitcher, but enthusiastic. Jimmy played first base. Hank played outfield. William sat and watched. Said he'd never played baseball. Nebraska kid who never played baseball. Seemed impossible. We played until it got too dark to see the ball. Final score didn't matter. Just playing mattered. Just being normal for an hour mattered. Walking back, Danny said, "We should do that more often. Play ball. Do normal things. Remember we're human." I said, "Yeah, we should." Jimmy said, "When we get home, we're all playing together, full season. South Philly versus Boston versus Brooklyn versus wherever Hank's from." Hank said Virginia. "And we destroy you city boys." Everyone laughed. Trash talk, friendly competition, normal guy stuff. That's what we need. More of that. More humanity. More connection to who we were before the war. Otherwise, we risk becoming just soldiers, just killers, just machines. We're still men, still human, still have dreams and hopes and futures. Have to remember that. Have to hold on to that. Back at Lady Liberty now. Evening. Cold, but not unbearable. Maybe 28 degrees. Practically tropical compared to last week. The guys are playing cards. Poker. Williams is getting better. Actually won a hand. Small miracle. I'm writing this. Processing. Thinking. Today was good. No combat, no death. Just maintenance and mail and baseball. Normal things. Human things. Tomorrow we'll probably get orders. Move back to the front. Resume operations. Push the Germans back further. But today was a gift. A day to breathe. To remember. To hope. I'm thinking about what Father Maloney wrote. About coming home different. About being the man I'm becoming instead of trying to be the boy who left. I can't be that boy anymore. He's gone. Died somewhere between Normandy and now. Killed by everything I've seen and done. But maybe the man I'm becoming is okay too. Harder, scarred, but still capable of love. Still capable of hope. Still capable of building a life. Maybe I can be a good husband to Dot even with all this baggage. Maybe I can be a good father to kids I haven't had yet. Maybe I can run a garage and coach Little League and have Sunday dinners and be normal. Maybe different doesn't mean broken, just changed. I want to believe that, need to believe that, because the alternative is too dark, too hopeless, and I can't survive on hopelessness. So I choose to believe, choose to hope, choose to see a future beyond this war. Dot waiting at the train station, her smile, her arms around me, home, safety, love, a garage with my name on it, the smell of motor oil and possibility, kids playing in a yard, their laughter, their innocence, their future, growing old, sitting on a porch with Dot, watching sunset, holding hands, peace. That's what I'm fighting for. That's what makes all this bearable. Not abstract concepts like freedom or democracy. Those are important, but too big, too distant. I'm fighting for my small piece of peace, my small corner of happiness, my future with the people I love. That's enough. That's everything. Just have to survive long enough to claim it. 3 months, 6 months, however long, we can do it. We've come this far. We can make it the rest of the way, one day at a time, one battle at a time, one breath at a time, until Germany surrenders, until the war ends, until we go home, soon. It has to be soon. The Germans are finished. Everyone says so. Intelligence officers, even the Germans we capture admit it. They're out of fuel, out of reserves, out of hope. Just a matter of time now. We survived the worst. We survived the Bulge. We can survive anything. We're going home. All of us. This crew. These brothers. Believe it. Claim it. Make it real. 1945. Our year. The year we win. The year we survive. The year we go home. Count on it. Entry 18. January 3rd, 1945, evening. Back on the line. The break is over. We move back to the front this morning. New sector, new objectives, resume offensive operations. The Germans are retreating, but they're not surrendering, fighting rear guard actions, making us pay for every mile, every village, every crossroads. Today we advanced maybe 3 miles, took 2 villages, destroyed German positions, standard operations, nothing dramatic, just grinding forward, lost nobody from our company. That's progress. A whole day of combat with 0 deaths. Maybe the worst really is over, but the Germans are getting more desperate, and desperate men are dangerous. We were clearing a village around 1400 hours. Infantry went in first. We followed, providing support, standard procedure. Then we heard it. A new sound, different from anything I'd heard before. A high-pitched scream, getting louder, fast. I yelled, "Get down!" The rocket hit maybe 50 yards away. Massive explosion, bigger than artillery, different signature. When the smoke cleared, there was a crater, 6 feet deep, 10 feet across. If that had hit us directly, there wouldn't be anything left. The infantry sergeant came over. He said, "That's the new German rocket. Panzerschreck or something. Anti-tank weapon. Handheld. Man-portable. One guy can carry it and fire it." I said, "Jesus, how do you defend against that?" He said, "You don't. You hope they miss. Or you kill them first." Great. Another way to die. Add it to the list. The Germans are fielding new weapons. Desperate weapons. Last-ditch efforts to stop our advance. These rockets. The Volkssturm militia. Kids and old men with rifles. Anything to slow us down. It won't work. They're finished, but they're going to make us pay the butcher's bill anyway. We continued through the village. Found more German positions. Abandoned mostly. They're retreating faster now. Can't hold positions. Can't maintain defensive lines. Just falling back. Trying to save what's left of their army. In one house we found German supplies. Abandoned. Food. Ammunition. Medical supplies. Just left behind. They don't have transport. Don't have fuel. Can't evacuate their own supplies. That tells you everything about the German situation. When an army starts abandoning supplies, it's finished. Jimmy said, "They're falling apart." Hank said, "About time." Danny said, "Maybe it really is almost over." William said, "How long do you think?" "Until Germany surrenders?" I said, "Hard to say. Weeks, months, but not long. They can't sustain this. They're running on fumes and desperation, but desperation is dangerous. A cornered animal fights hardest. Germany's cornered now. Backs to the wall. They'll fight to the bitter end, and that means more men will die. American men, good men, men who've already survived so much, dying in the final months, final weeks, maybe final days of the war. That's the cruelest thing, dying at the end, when victory is certain, when home is close. That's the worst. I think about that, about the randomness. You survive D-Day, survive the hedgerows, survive the Bulge, and then get killed in some meaningless skirmish in March, a month before the war ends. All that survival, all that luck, all that fighting, for nothing. Because one shell had your name on it, one bullet found you, one mine was in the wrong place, random, arbitrary, cruel. So we stay alert, stay careful. Don't take unnecessary risks, because dying now, after everything, would be the ultimate cosmic joke. This afternoon we met some guys from another division, 2nd Armored, hell on wheels. They'd been fighting farther south, came up to our sector for reorganization. One of their sergeants was from New York, Brooklyn. He knew Danny's neighborhood. They talked about Brooklyn, about streets and stores and restaurants, about home. The sergeant said, "You been over here since June?" Danny said, "Yeah, since Normandy." The sergeant whistled. He said, 7 months of continuous combat. Jesus, you boys must be worn out. Danny said, "You could say that." The sergeant said, "Well, it's almost over. Word from higher up is Germany can't last past May, probably earlier. We're pushing from the west, Russians pushing from the east. Germany's getting crushed between us. It's just math now. May. 4 months. That's not long. In normal time. But in combat time, eternity. 4 more months of danger. 4 more months of chances to die. But also 4 months closer to home. 4 months until we can start forgetting. Start healing. Start living. The sergeant said, "You got plans? For after?" Danny said, "Go home, sleep for a month, eat my mom's cooking, watch baseball, be normal." The sergeant laughed. He said, "Yeah, normal. I almost forgot what that feels like." Danny said, "Me too. But I'm going to remember. We all are. We're going to go home and be so normal it's boring." The sergeant said, "Amen to that, kid. Boring sounds perfect. Evening now. Set up in defensive positions, holding what we took. Tomorrow we'll advance again. More villages, more fighting, more grinding forward. But it feels different now. Less desperate, more routine. Like we're just doing our jobs. Punching a clock, checking boxes, one more day, one more objective, one more step toward the end. The fear is still there. Always there. But dulled, familiar, like background noise. You learn to function through it, to live with it, to ignore it mostly. That's what prolonged combat does. Makes the abnormal normal. Makes terror routine. Makes death mundane. I wonder if we'll ever be able to flip that back. To find normal things normal again. To be scared of normal things like losing a job or missing a payment instead of scared of dying violently. I hope so. I want normal fear back. The kind that doesn't involve burning alive or bleeding out in the snow. Eddie writes he'll be back next week. Final medical check tomorrow. If he passes, he's cleared for duty. Returns to the battalion. January 10th. I wrote back. Told him we're counting the days. Told him Lady Liberty needs her real loader back. Told him we miss him. Can't wait to have the crew complete again. The original 5. Minus Williams who'll get reassigned. No offense to the kid, but Eddie's ours. Eddie's family. Williams knows. He's accepted it. Says he'll be glad to get assigned to a crew where he's not the perpetual replacement. Where he can build his own bonds, his own brotherhood. I get that. Being the replacement is hard. You're always the outsider. Always the new guy. Always one step behind the established relationships. He'll do well with another crew. He's learned, survived, proven himself. Some other tank commander will be lucky to have him, but he's not ours. Eddie is. I'm writing this by candlelight. Inside Lady Liberty. The guys are sleeping. Jimmy snoring softly. Danny curled up in the driver's seat. Hank stretched out by the bow gun. Williams wrapped in his blanket by the ammunition. My crew, my brothers, my responsibility. I watch them sleep. These young men, Danny's 20, Williams is 19, Jimmy's 23, Hank's 22, kids really, playing at being soldiers, playing at being men. But they're not playing anymore. They're real soldiers now, real men, forged in fire, tested in combat, proven. I'm proud of them, proud of what they've become, what they've survived, what they've endured, and I'm terrified for them. Because we're not done yet. 4 more months, maybe more. 4 more months of danger, of chances to die, of random chaos that could kill any of us at any moment. I pray for them. Every night. Even though I'm not sure God's listening, even though I've lost most of my faith, I still pray. Because what else can you do? Please, God, keep them safe. Get us through this. Get us home. They deserve to live, deserve to have futures, deserve to be old men someday with grandkids and stories and peace. Please, if you're there, if you're listening, if you care at all, keep them safe. And if you can't keep them safe, if they have to die, at least let it be quick, painless, not burning, not screaming, just quick and done. That's all I ask. That's all any of us ask, quick or safe. But please, God, not slow, not painful, not burning alive while the rest of us watch helplessly. We've seen enough of that, enough horror, enough suffering. Please, no more. It's late. Past midnight. I should sleep. 2 hours maybe before my watch. Need rest. Tomorrow's another day of combat. Need to be sharp, alert, ready. 1 more day, then another, then another. 4 more months of 1 more day. We can do it. We've done it this far. We can make it the rest of the way. Believe it, claim it, make it real. We're going home. All of us. Eddie included when he returns. This crew, these brothers, we're going to survive, going to make it, going to walk off this battlefield and into the rest of our lives. Count on it. 4 more months. That's all. Just 4 more months. We've survived 7 already. 4 more is nothing. We've got this. We're going home. Entry 19, January 5th, 1945, evening, forward position. They gave me a medal today, Bronze Star for valor, for actions during the Battle of the Bulge, for leadership under fire, for keeping my crew alive through the worst fighting the division has seen, battalion formation at 1000 hours, everyone lined up. Officers made speeches, talked about courage and sacrifice and duty. Then they called names, guys who earned medals, silver stars, bronze stars, purple hearts. They called my name, Staff Sergeant Michael Russo, Bronze Star for valor. I walked up. Captain Hayes pinned the medal on my uniform, saluted me, shook my hand. He said, "Well done, Sergeant. Your actions saved lives. Your leadership is exemplary. The Army is proud of you." I saluted back, said, "Thank you, sir." But I felt nothing. Empty. Like it was happening to someone else. Because I don't feel like a hero, don't feel like I did anything special. I just survived, just did my job, just tried to keep my guys alive. Heroes are the guys who didn't make it back. Morrison, Harrison, Matthews, Jenkins, all of them. They're the ones who deserve medals. They're the ones who sacrificed everything. I'm just a guy who got lucky, who happened to be in the right place at the right time, who made decisions that happened to work out. Easily could have gone the other way. After the formation, guys came up to congratulate me, shook my hand, slapped my back, said, "Well done, Sarge, you earned it. Jimmy got a silver star." For that action when he saved my life, when he spotted and destroyed that panther that was targeting us, for exceptional gallantry under fire, he deserves it, really deserves it. He's the best gunner in the battalion, saved our lives dozens of times, made shots nobody else could make. But he looked as uncomfortable as I felt, said, "It's just a piece of metal, Sarge. Doesn't mean anything." Not really. I said, "It means the Army recognizes what you did. That's something." He said, "The guys who matter already know. The crew, you. That's all that matters to me. I don't need a medal to know I did my job." Smart guy. He gets it. Recognition from the people who were there, who understand. That's what matters. Not brass and ribbon from officers who weren't there, who don't really know what it cost. They gave Purple Hearts too, to guys wounded during the offensive, some in person, some posthumously to families back home. Sergeant Palmer got his, 3rd Purple Heart, 3rd tank destroyed under him, 3rd time wounded. Kid really does have 9 lives. PFC Williams got 1. For the head wound he got when we took that hit. Minor wound, but still counts. He looked proud. First medal, first recognition that he's a real soldier now. I should be proud of my medal, should feel accomplished, recognized. But I just feel tired. Tired of war, tired of fighting, tired of being responsible for lives, tired of making decisions that mean the difference between living and dying. I don't want to be Staff Sergeant Russo, the Bronze Star recipient. I want to be Mike Russo, the mechanic, the baseball player, the guy who fixes cars and drinks beer and laughs at stupid jokes. I want normal, boring, safe, no medals required. This afternoon we got unexpected news. Lieutenant Morrison's widow sent a letter to the company, thanking everyone for their condolences, for their letters, for their service. The letter was read at formation. Captain Hayes read it aloud. I'll try to remember it, write it down as best I can. It said, "To the men of Company B, thank you for your letters. Thank you for your kind words about my husband, Lieutenant James Morrison. Thank you for serving alongside him. Your letters tell me he died bravely, that he was a good officer, that he was respected, that he died quickly without suffering. I don't know if all of that is true, but I appreciate the kindness of telling me these things. James loved being a tanker, loved his crew, loved the Army. He believed in the cause, believed we were fighting for something important, something worth dying for. I hope he was right. I hope his sacrifice meant something. I hope his death brought us closer to victory, to peace, to a world where our daughters won't lose their husbands, where our sons won't die in foreign lands. I'm raising my girls alone now. Emily is 7, Sarah is 5. They ask about their daddy. I tell them he's a hero, that he's in heaven, that he's watching over them. I don't know if that helps, but it's all I have. Please come home safe. All of you. Don't let my husband's sacrifice be in vain. Win this war, end this killing, and come home to the people who love you. With gratitude and sorrow, Mrs. Margaret Morrison. The whole formation was silent after Captain Hayes finished reading. You could hear men sniffling, trying not to cry, failing, because that letter is every widow, every mother, every child, every person back home waiting for someone who's never coming back. And it's what awaits some of us, maybe many of us, if we don't make it, if our luck runs out, if the randomness takes us instead of the guy next to us. Someone will write a letter like that. Someone will raise kids alone. Someone will answer questions about daddy and have no good answers. That's what we're carrying, that weight, that responsibility, not just to ourselves, but to everyone who loves us, everyone waiting for us, everyone who'll be destroyed if we don't come home. It's too much, too heavy, but what choice do we have? Carry it or break under it. Those are the only options. So we carry it. After formation, I went for a walk. Needed space, needed to think. Found a quiet spot, just me and some destroyed trees. Sat down, looked at the medal on my chest. Bronze Star. 4th highest decoration. For valor under fire, for exceptional achievement. It's beautiful, actually. The star, the ribbon, red with a thin white stripe, and a thin blue stripe on each edge, centered with a small bronze star. Pretty, meaningless, heavy not from the medal but from what it represents. I could have died a dozen times during the Bulge. Should have died, probably. That round that hit our glasses. If it had penetrated. If the angle had been different. If we'd been slower or faster or in a slightly different position. Dead. All 5 of us. Burned or blown apart. And instead of a medal, there'd be a letter to Dot. To my mother. Words that wouldn't help. Wouldn't ease the pain. Wouldn't bring me back. But I didn't die. I'm here. Wearing this medal. Carrying this weight, random, arbitrary, luck. Call it whatever you want. It's not heroism, it's chance, it's probability, it's chaos pretending to be order. Father Ryan found me, the chaplain. He sat down next to me, didn't say anything at first, just sat there. After a while he said, "Congratulations on the medal, son." I said, "Thank you, Father." He said, "You don't look happy about it." I said, "I'm not sure what I feel. Tired mostly, empty." He said, "That's normal. Combat does that, takes away your ability to feel normal emotions. Joy, pride, even fear sometimes. You just go numb." I said, "When does it come back?" "The feeling?" He said, "When you're safe. When the danger is over. When your mind can finally process everything. But it takes time. Sometimes years." I said, "Years. Great." He smiled sadly. He said, "Michael, can I tell you something? I was in the First War, 1917, France, the trenches, the gas, the rats, the mud, all of it." I said I didn't know that, Father. He said, "Not many people do. I don't talk about it much. But I want you to know. I understand what you're going through, what you're feeling, or not feeling." He paused, looked at the sky. He said, "When I came home, I couldn't feel anything, couldn't connect with people, couldn't enjoy things I used to love. I was just numb, going through the motions, alive but not living." I said, "How long did that last?" He said, 2 years, maybe 3. Slowly, gradually, I started to feel again, started to remember how to be human, how to connect, how to love, how to be present. He looked at me. His eyes were kind, understanding. He said, "You will too. It doesn't feel like it now, but you will. You'll go home, you'll marry that girl of yours, you'll build a life, and slowly, gradually, you'll remember how to feel, how to be happy, how to be whole." I said, "And if I don't? If I'm broken forever?" He said, "You're not broken, you're injured. There's a difference. Broken can't be fixed. Injured can heal. You will heal. It just takes time, and patience, and people who love you." I wanted to believe him, tried to, but I don't know if I can. I've seen too much, done too much, lost too much. How do you heal from that? How do you become whole again? I don't know. Can't imagine it. Can't see a path from here to normal. But Father Ryan did it. He went through hell, came out the other side, became a priest, a good man, a healer. Maybe I can too. Maybe there's hope. Maybe. Back at Lady Liberty now. Evening, the guys are cleaning equipment, routine work, maintenance, the kind of thing that keeps you grounded. Jimmy's polishing the breech, Danny's checking the controls, Hank's organizing ammunition, Williams is cleaning the outside, scrubbing off mud and debris. Simple work, honest work, the kind I understand. I joined them, started helping, checking track tension, lubricating fittings, tightening bolts. The mechanical work calms me, always has. There's logic to it, cause and effect. You tighten a bolt, it stays tight. You change oil, the engine runs smooth. You maintain equipment, it works. Unlike war, unlike life, where nothing makes sense, where cause and effect are randomized, where good people die and bad people live, where effort doesn't guarantee results. But machines are honest, predictable, fair. Do your job, they'll do theirs. I love that, need that. The reliability of mechanical systems, the honesty of metal and oil in motion. Maybe that's why I want to open a garage. Maybe that's my path to healing. Working with machines, fixing things, making broken things whole again. Maybe I can't fix myself, but I can fix cars, fix engines, fix the things people depend on. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's how I rebuild. One repair at a time, one fixed thing at a time. Until eventually I'm fixed too. Maybe. It's getting dark now. Cold. Clear skies, stars coming out. We move out tomorrow. New orders, push further east, keep advancing, keep pressing the Germans. 4 more months, maybe less, maybe more, but not forever. This war will end, has to end. Can't go on forever, and when it does, I'm going home. Going to see Dot, going to start that garage, going to build that life. Medal or no medal, hero or no hero, broken or healing, I'm going home. Going to try to be normal. Going to try to be whole. Going to try to be Mike Russo again. Not Staff Sergeant Russo. Just Mike. The mechanic. The baseball player. The guy who loves his girl and his family and his simple life. That's who I want to be. That's who I'm fighting to become. 4 more months. That's all. Just 4 more months. Then life begins again. Real life. Normal life. The life I've been dreaming about for 7 months. 4 more months. We can do it. I can do it. Count on it. Entry 23rd January 7th, 1945 evening. Assembly area near the German border. Hot shower today. Real honest to God hot shower. They set up portable shower units in the rear area. First hot water in 3 weeks. Sounds trivial. Sounds stupid to write about showers. But it's not. It's everything. It's feeling human again. It's washing away dirt and blood and death. It's 5 minutes of warmth and peace and normalcy. I stood under that spray for my entire 5 minutes. Just stood there, letting the hot water run over me, washing away layers of filth, of fear, of horror. Can't wash away the memories. Can't wash away what I've seen. But for 5 minutes I felt clean, felt human, felt almost normal. After the shower, clean uniform. Relatively clean anyway. The quartermaster had fresh uniforms. Mine's a little tight, but I don't care. It doesn't smell like diesel and cordite and death. Small things, tiny things, but they matter. They remind you you're human. You're not just a machine, not just a soldier. You're a person, with needs and wants and a future beyond this war. We also got mail, big shipment, letters that had been delayed by the Bulge. Some dated back to December. I got 7 letters. 2 from Dot, 3 from my mother, 1 from Angela, 1 from my father. My father rarely writes. His English isn't great. He's more comfortable in Italian, but he wrote. In careful, deliberate English, he said, "Son, you mother worry very much. I worry too, but I no say so much. Man must be strong for family. But I write now to tell you, I am proud, so proud. You are good son, good man, good soldier. You mother light candle every day for you. I say prayer too. Maybe God listen to old Italian. Maybe he protect you. Come home safe. The store wait for you. The neighborhood wait. Your family wait. Dorothea wait. Your father wait. We love you." Papa, I read that letter 5 times. My father, Giuseppe Russo, immigrant, grocer, hard man, practical man, writing to tell me he's proud, that he loves me. He's never said that. Not out loud, not in person. Italian fathers don't say those things. They show love through actions, through providing, through presence. But he wrote it, put it on paper, sent it thousands of miles, so I'd know. I cried, right there, sitting in Lady Liberty, holding my father's letter, crying like a child. Jimmy saw me. He said, "You okay, Sarge?" I said, "Yeah, letter from my father. First time he's ever told me he's proud of me." Jimmy nodded. He said, "That's something. That's really something. It is. It's everything. Because no matter how old you get, you still want your father's approval, his respect, his pride. And now I have it. Written down. Permanent. Something to carry forward." Dot's letters were dated December 23rd and December 29th. The first was written before she knew about the bulge, the second after. The first letter was normal, happy, talking about Christmas preparations, about gifts she'd bought for me, about wedding plans. The second letter was different, scared, worried. She said, "Michael, I heard about the German offensive. I heard 3rd Armored is in Belgium, right in the middle of the fighting. I haven't heard from you in 2 weeks and I'm terrified. Please be okay. Please write as soon as you can. I need to know you're alright. I need to know you're safe. I'm trying to be brave, trying to keep faith. But it's hard, so hard. The news is terrible. They're saying thousands of casualties, the worst fighting of the war. And you're there, in the middle of it. And I can't help you, can't protect you, can't do anything except wait and pray and hope. I love you so much, more than I can say, more than words can express. You're my whole world, my whole future. If something happens to you, I don't know what I'll do. Please come home. Please survive. Please. I love you. I'll always love you, no matter what. Yours forever. I wrote back. Immediately. Long letter. Told her I'm okay. I survived. The crisis is over. We're winning now. I'm safe. Told her I love her, that she's what keeps me going, that thinking about her gets me through the hard days, that I'm counting down until I can see her again. Hold her. Marry her. Start our life. Told her not to worry. The worst is over. I'm going to make it. We're going to have everything we've planned. Mostly true. Mostly. The worst is probably over. Probably. Unless something else goes wrong. Unless my luck runs out. Unless random chance decides it's my turn. But I didn't write that. She doesn't need that. She needs hope. Reassurance. Something to hold on to. So I gave her that. Truth shaped into comfort. Reality wrapped in optimism. Because that's what love is sometimes. Protecting the people you love from the full horror of your reality. This afternoon we got news. Eddie's been cleared for duty. Passes his medical exam. Officially returning to the battalion January 10th. 3 days from now. The whole crew celebrated. Danny actually cheered. Jimmy smiled. Really smiled. Hank nodded with satisfaction. Even Williams looked happy, even though it means he's getting reassigned. I said to Williams, "You did good, kid. Really good. Some other crew is lucky to get you." He said, "Thank you, Sergeant, for everything, for training me, for keeping me alive, for making me a real tank loader." I said, "You made yourself a real loader. You showed up. You did the work. You survived. That's all that matters." He said, "Think I'll make it to the end of the war?" I said, "Yes. You're trained now. You're experienced. You know what you're doing. You'll make it. I hope that's true. Hope he survives. He's a good kid, deserves a future. They all deserve futures. Every single kid in this war. American, German, British, Russian, all of them. Just kids forced to kill each other because old men decided to have a war." This evening, some of the guys organized another baseball game. More guys this time. 30. Enough for proper teams. Still no gloves. Still improvised. But better organized. I caught again. Jimmy pitched. Danny played second base. Hank played center field. Williams watched. Said he'd try playing next time. After watching enough to understand the rules. It was fun. Really fun. For 2 hours we weren't soldiers. We were just guys playing ball. Arguing about balls and strikes. Trash talking. Laughing. Being normal. The game went 9 innings. My team won 7-5. Danny hit a double. Jimmy struck out twice but didn't care. Hank made a great catch in the outfield that everyone cheered. Normal. Beautifully, perfectly normal. Walking back, Jimmy said, "We should do this when we get home. Get all the guys together, the survivors, have a reunion, play ball, remember." I said, "Yeah, annual game. Everyone who made it through, play ball, tell stories, stay connected." Jimmy said, "You think we will? Stay connected? Or will we all just go our separate ways? Try to forget." I said, "I don't know. Maybe both. Maybe we'll need space, need distance, need to try to be normal. But I think we'll come back together. Eventually. Because nobody else will understand. Nobody else was there." He nodded. He said, "Yeah, that makes sense. We'll always have this. Have each other. Have the shared whatever this is." I said, "Trauma. We'll always have the shared trauma." He laughed. Dark laugh. But a laugh. He said, "Yeah, that. The shared trauma. Sounds great on a reunion invitation." I smiled. He said, "Come to our annual reunion. We survived the war together. Now let's drink beer and avoid talking about it while secretly all thinking about it." I said, "Sounds perfect. Can't wait." And I meant it. Despite the darkness, despite the pain, despite everything, I want that. Want to stay connected. Want to know these guys for the rest of my life. Want to be old men together someday. Sharing stories our grandkids won't believe. That's the future I want. Not just surviving, but thriving, having lives, having families, having decades of peace and normalcy and boring happiness. All of us, this crew, these brothers, these survivors. Back at Lady Liberty now. Late evening, almost midnight. Writing by candlelight again. The guys are sleeping. My watch starts in 1 hour. Tomorrow we move out. New orders probably. More advancing. More villages. More grinding toward Germany's heart. But Eddie returns in 3 days. The crew will be complete again. Original 5, the way it's supposed to be. That means something. That matters. Because we've survived. Made it through the worst. And now we're almost home. Not home, not yet, but close. Closer than we've been. 4 more months, maybe 3, maybe 2 if we're lucky. But not forever. This war is ending. Everyone can feel it. The Germans are finished. It's just a matter of time. And when it ends, we're going home. Going to shed these uniforms, these identities as soldiers, going to become ourselves again, civilians, regular people, men with futures instead of men with death sentences. I can almost see it, almost touch it, the life I've been dreaming about, the garage, the wife, the kids, the peace. It's close, so close. Just have to survive a little longer, just have to keep my crew safe a little longer, just have to make it through whatever's coming next. We can do it. We've made it this far, through Normandy, through France, through the Bulge, through everything. A few more months is nothing. We've got this. The bronze star on my chest feels heavy, heavier than it should, because it represents survival, being alive when so many aren't, being here when Morrison and Harrison and all the others are gone. Survivor's guilt. That's what Father Ryan called it. The weight of living when others died, the question of why me, why do I get to live, why do I get to go home, why do I get a future? No answer, just random chance, just luck, just being in the right place at the right time, or the wrong place at the wrong time, depending on perspective. I'll carry it. The medal, the guilt, the weight, the memories, all of it, because that's what I have to do. That's what survival means. Carrying the dead forward, honoring them, remembering them, making sure their sacrifices meant something. So I'll build my life, my garage, my family, my peace, and it will be for them too. For Morrison, for Harrison, for all of them. Their lives cut short so mine could continue. Their dreams ended so mine could begin. I'll live for all of us. Make it count. Make it matter. Make it worth their sacrifice. That's all I can do. That's all any survivor can do. Live. Really live fully, gratefully, in honor of those who can't. 4 more months, then life begins. Real life. The life I've earned through blood and fear and survival. 4 more months. We're almost there. Almost home. Almost free. Just have to hold on a little longer. Just have to survive a little longer. We've got this. I've got this. Count on it. Entry 21. January 8th, 1945, late evening. Final entry before Eddie returns. I need to write this now, while I have clarity, while I can still process what's happened to me, to us, to all of us. I've been keeping this diary since December 12th, almost a month, 27 days, but it feels like years, like lifetimes. I'm different now, fundamentally changed. The Mike Russo who wrote that first entry is gone, dead, killed by everything I've seen, everything I've done, everything I've carried. A new person sits here now, same body, same name, but different inside, harder, scarred, changed in ways I don't fully understand yet. Father Ryan was right, I'm not broken, but I am injured. Deep wounds that aren't visible. Can't be bandaged, stitched, can't be stitched. I've watched friends die horrible deaths. Morrison burning in his tank, Harrison and his crew gone in an instant, Jenkins and his men cut down trying to escape. Belgian families crushed in basements, children holding hands even in death. I've killed men. Enemy soldiers, the German spy at the crossroads, the tanks I destroyed with crews inside, the positions we suppressed with high explosive and white phosphorus, dozens, maybe hundreds. I've ended lives, taken husbands from wives, fathers from children, futures from young men who maybe didn't want this war either. I felt terror beyond description, the waiting for the shell that has your name on it, the sound of incoming fire, the impact of a round hitting your tank, the smell of burning fuel and flesh, the certainty that you're going to die. Today, right now, in the next few seconds. And somehow I survived. We survived. Random chance. Dumb luck. Being slightly to the left or right. Moving a second faster or slower. The 1,000 tiny variables that mean life instead of death. Why me? Why do I get to live when Morrison doesn't? When Harrison doesn't? When all those good men don't? No answer. Just chance. Just chaos. Just the universe being indifferent to human life and suffering. So what do I do with that? How do I live with being the one who survived? Father Ryan said I have to live for all of us. Make my life matter. Honor the fallen by living fully. By being happy. By building something good out of all this suffering. I'm going to try. God knows I'm going to try. When I get home, I'm going to marry Dot. Soon. Not a big wedding. Not months of planning. Just simple. Quick. Us. Our families. A priest. Vows. Forever. Then I'm going to open that garage. Russo's garage. Fix cars. Fix tractors. Fix whatever people bring me. Honest work. Clean work. Work where I can see the results. Where I can make broken things whole again. I'm going to have kids. 3 at least. Maybe 4. Fill a house with noise and laughter and life. Teach them to play baseball. Teach them to be kind. Teach them to love. Never tell them about this war unless they ask. And if they ask, tell them just enough that they understand war is terrible, but not so much that they're traumatized. I'm going to be a good husband, a good father, a good neighbor, a good man. Normal, boring, alive. I'm going to stay connected with my crew, with Jimmy and Danny and Hank and Eddie, annual reunions, phone calls, letters, whatever it takes, because they're the only ones who'll truly understand, the only ones who were there, who saw what I saw, who carry what I carry. I'm going to remember the fallen, all of them. Morrison, Harrison, Matthews, Jenkins, the 11 men from my tank crews, the dozens of others from the battalion, the hundreds from the division. I'll remember their names, their faces, their stories. They won't be forgotten, not while I'm alive. And I'm going to try to forgive myself. For surviving, for making the decisions I made, for not being able to save everyone, for being human and fallible and scared. That's the hardest part. The forgiveness. The acceptance that I did my best, that I couldn't control everything, that some things just happen and there's no one to blame. I don't know if I can do it. Forgive myself, let go of the guilt. Accept that survival doesn't make me responsible for all the deaths. But I'm going to try. Because carrying this guilt forever would dishonor the men who died. They wouldn't want that. They'd want me to live, to be happy, to make the most of the second chance they unknowingly gave me. So that's what I'll do. I'll live, really live. Not just exist, not just survive day to day, but really live with purpose, with gratitude, with love. For them, for Dot, for my family, for myself. That's what this war has taught me. Life is precious, fragile, brief. It can end in an instant, without warning, without fairness, without mercy. So, when you have it, when you're alive, you don't waste it. You don't take it for granted. You live fully, love deeply, appreciate every moment, every sunrise, every smile, every stupid joke, every normal day where nobody's shooting at you. That's what I learned. In blood and fire and death, that's what I'm taking away from this war. Life matters. Every life. Even the enemy's lives mattered. They were human too, just men caught in the same hell, fighting for different flags but dying the same deaths, bleeding the same blood, crying the same tears. War is the enemy, not the Germans, not the Japanese, not the other guys in different uniforms. War itself, the system, the machine that chews up young men and spits out corpses. That's the enemy, and we keep feeding it, generation after generation. Old men starting wars, young men dying in them. And for what? Territory, resources, pride, ideology? None of it's worth the cost. None of it justifies the horror, the suffering, the waste of human potential. But here we are, in the middle of it, doing our jobs, following orders, killing and dying because that's what soldiers do. And when it's over, we'll go home. And eventually there'll be another war. Different countries, different reasons, same horror, same waste, same young men dying because old men couldn't find another way. That's humanity. That's history. That's the cycle we can't seem to break. But maybe my kids will be different. Maybe their generation will be smarter, will remember, will say never again and mean it. Maybe, probably not, but maybe. I want to believe that. Want to believe this war will be the last one. Want to believe we'll learn, change, evolve, find better ways to resolve conflicts than sending kids to kill each other. But I don't know. History suggests otherwise. But hope is all we have. Hope that somehow, some way, humanity will get better, wiser, kinder. That's what I'm fighting for now. Not to kill Germans, not to take territory, but to get home, to live, to be better, to raise kids who are better, to build a future that's better. That's enough. That has to be enough. Eddie returns in 2 days. The crew will be complete. We'll finish this war together, the 5 of us. Brothers, family, survivors. Then we'll go home. All of us. Start our lives. Build our futures. Stay connected. Remember. And maybe, in some small way, we'll make sure those who didn't make it are remembered too. Honored. Their sacrifices acknowledged. That's all I can do. All any of us can do. Remember. Honor. Live fully in their memory. This diary ends here. The story continues. The war continues. Life continues. But the diary ends. I've documented the worst, the transformation, the breaking and partial healing, the loss and survival, and everything in between. That's enough. I don't need to keep writing. Don't need to keep documenting. The rest is just living, fighting, surviving, going home. The words end here. The life continues. Whatever happens next, I'll face it. We'll face it. Together. Staff Sergeant Michael Russo, Company B, 2nd Battalion, 3rd Armored Division, 24 years old, South Philadelphia. Tank commander, brother, son, fiancé, survivor, man, changed but not broken. Scarred but healing. Alive, still alive. After everything, still alive. And determined to stay that way. Final entry, January 8th, 1945. From here on out, I live. I don't just survive. I live. For Morrison. For Harrison. For all of them. For Dot. For my family. For myself. I live. Watch me. Entry 22. January 8th, 1945, continued. I need to write one more thing. Not a diary entry. A letter. The letter I should write to Dot, the honest one, the real one. The one that tells the truth instead of comfortable lies. I'll never mail it. Can't mail it. She doesn't need this. Doesn't need my darkness, my damage, my burden. But I need to write it. Need to say it. Even if only to paper. Even if no one ever reads it. So here it is. The letter I wish I could send. the truth I wish I could tell. My dearest Dot, if you're reading this, something went wrong. Either I'm dead, or I mailed this in a moment of weakness, or you're reading my diary years from now, trying to understand who I became during the war. I need to tell you the truth. The real truth. Not the sanitized version in my other letters. Not the reassuring words designed to keep you from worrying. But the actual truth about what this war has done to me. I'm different now. You know that. I've told you that. But you don't know how different, how changed, how damaged. I've killed men, Dot. A lot of men. Enemy soldiers. Men who were probably just like me. Scared kids far from home. Men with girlfriends and mothers and futures. And I killed them. Watched them burn in their tanks. Watched them fall under our fire. Watched them die and felt nothing. Because in combat you can't feel. You have to shut it off. Become a machine. Or you break. I've watched friends die in ways that haunt me. Lieutenant Morrison burning alive in his tank. Corporal Jenkins and his crew cut down trying to escape. Belgian children crushed in basements. Civilians killed by our artillery. Our bombs. Deaths we caused trying to liberate them. I've been so scared I couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. Couldn't function. Terrified beyond anything you can imagine. Waiting for the shell that would kill me. Knowing it was coming. Not knowing when. Living in constant fear for weeks. Months. Until fear became normal. Until terror became background noise I learned to ignore. And now I'm numb. Empty. I can't feel the way I used to. Joy feels distant. Love feels muted. Even fear is dulled now. I'm functionally dead inside. Going through the motions. Doing my job. Surviving. But not really living. I don't know if I can come back from this. Don't know if I can be the man you fell in love with. Don't know if I can be a good husband, a good father, a good anything. I'm broken, Dot. Not physically, but inside. In ways I don't fully understand. In ways that might not heal. And I'm terrified of coming home. Terrified you'll see what I've become. This hard, cold, damaged thing wearing Mike Russo's face. And you'll realize you don't love this version. You love the boy who left. And he's dead. He died somewhere in France, or Belgium, or in the fire and blood and horror of the Bulge. I'm someone else now, someone I don't even recognize, someone I don't like very much. But here's the thing, despite all that, despite the damage and the fear and the numbness, I still love you. That's the one thing that hasn't changed, the one feeling that's still real, still clear, still strong. You're the light in all this darkness, the hope that keeps me going, the reason I keep fighting, keep surviving, keep trying to make it through one more day. I think about you constantly, your smile, your laugh, the way you look at me like I'm someone worth loving, the future we've planned, the life we're going to build. That's what I'm fighting for, not abstract concepts like freedom or democracy. Those are important, but they're not personal. They're not mine. You're mine. Our future is mine. That life we've planned, that's what I'm fighting for. That's what makes all this bearable. So here's what I need you to know. If I make it home, when I make it home, I'm going to be different, harder, damaged. Maybe not the man you remember, but I'm going to try. Try to be a good husband. Try to build that life. Try to heal. Try to become someone you can still love. I can't promise I'll succeed. Can't promise I won't have nightmares, won't wake up screaming, won't flinch at loud noises, won't carry this weight forever. But I can promise I'll try. I'll work at it every day for the rest of my life if that's what it takes. Because you're worth it. We're worth it. The life we're going to build is worth it. So if you can be patient, if you can love this damaged version of me, if you can accept that I might always carry some of this, then I promise I'll spend every day trying to be worthy of you. I love you, Dorothy Sullivan. I loved you before the war. I love you during the war. And I'll love you after the war. Changed or unchanged. Broken or healed. I'll love you. That's the one certainty in all this chaos. The one truth in all these lies. The one light in all this darkness. I love you. I'm coming home to you. And together, we'll figure out how to build a life from these broken pieces. Wait for me. Be patient with me. Love me even when I'm difficult. Even when I'm distant. Even when I can't explain what I'm feeling because I don't understand it myself, and I promise I'll do the same for you. I'll be there. I'll be present. I'll be yours. Forever. No matter what. Always yours, Michael. There, it's written, the truth, the real truth, the letter I can't send. Maybe someday I'll show it to her. Years from now, when we're old, when the war is distant memory, when I've proven I can be the husband she deserves. Or maybe I'll burn it, destroy it, let the truth die with this diary. I don't know, can't know, not yet, but I needed to write it, needed to say it, even if only to myself. The truth is out there now, on paper, real, permanent, and that's enough, for now. That's enough. Entry 23, Historical Note, written by Angela Rasso Thompson, 1997. This diary was found among my brother's effects after his death on March 15, 1997. He was 77 years old, heart attack, sudden, peaceful. He never showed this diary to anyone, not to our parents, not to his wife Dorothy, not to his children, not even to me, his sister, who was probably closer to him than anyone except Dot. But he never threw it away either, kept it his whole life, in a lockbox in his garage, along with his medals, his discharge papers, some photographs, letters from his crew members. After the funeral, Dot asked me to go through his things, sort his belongings, decide what to keep, what to give to his children, what to donate. That's when I found it. The diary. Hidden, but not too hidden, like he wanted someone to find it eventually, after he was gone. After he couldn't be hurt by the exposure, I read it. All of it. In one sitting, crying through most of it. Because this isn't the Michael I knew. This isn't my big brother, the man who put frogs in my lunchbox, who taught me to drive, who walked me down the aisle when our father was too sick, who spoiled my children with ice cream and laughter. This is someone else. Someone broken. Someone terrified. Someone who saw hell and barely made it back. But it's also him, the same person, just a different version. A version that existed before he became the man I knew. The man who built a life from these broken pieces. So let me tell you what happened after this diary ends. Let me finish his story. The way he would have if he'd kept writing. Staff Sergeant Michael Russo survived World War II. He and his crew. All 5 of them. Jimmy Santos, Danny O'Reilly, Henry Culver, Eddie Kowalski. All 5. They made it through. The war in Europe ended May 8, 1945. Germany surrendered. 4 months after this diary ends. 4 months of more combat. More danger. More close calls. But they made it. All of them. Alive. Whole enough. Michael returned home August 15, 1945. The day Japan surrendered. VJ Day. He called it divine timing. Coming home on the day the war truly ended. All wars, all fronts, over. He married Dorothy on September 8, 1945. Small ceremony. Our church, Father Maloney presiding, just family and close friends. And the crew, all 5 of them. In their dress uniforms, Michael's best men, they honeymooned in the Poconos. 3 days. That's all they could afford. But Dot said they were the happiest 3 days of her life. Just being together. Safe. Alive. Normal. He opened Russo's garage in 1946. Small place in northeast Philadelphia. Fixed cars, trucks, anything with an engine. Built a reputation for honest work. Fair prices. Quality repairs. The business grew. He hired employees. Danny O'Reilly worked for him for 2 years before moving back to Brooklyn. Hank Culver visited once, worked for a summer, then went back to Virginia to his family. Michael and Dorothy had 3 children, Joseph in 1947, Maria in 1949, Anthony in 1952. Good kids, normal kids, kids who never knew war, never knew hunger, never knew real fear. He coached Little League, taught Joseph and Anthony to play baseball, caught for their games, taught them what his father taught him, what the army taught him. Take care of your team, do your job, be reliable. He was a good father, loving, present, attentive, but distant sometimes, quiet, lost in thought, especially around anniversaries. December 16th, Christmas Eve. The dates from the Bulge. He had nightmares, Dot told me. For years, decades, He'd wake up screaming, thrashing, reliving something. She'd hold him, calm him, bring him back to reality, to safety, to home. She never asked what he dreamed about. He never told her. They had an understanding. Some things couldn't be spoken, only endured. He stayed connected with his crew. Annual reunions, every December, usually in Philadelphia, sometimes rotating to other cities, Boston, Brooklyn, Milwaukee, Virginia. They'd gather, the five of them, and their families eventually, wives, kids, share a meal, tell stories, laugh, cry sometimes, remember the guys who didn't make it. Eddie Kowalski became a teacher, married, had 4 kids, lived in Wisconsin, retired in 1988, died in 1993, cancer. Michael went to the funeral, cried like a baby. Lost a brother that day. Jimmy Santos became a police officer in Boston, married his girlfriend Maria, 2 kids, retired in 1980, died in 1995, heart attack. Michael went to that funeral too. Fewer of them left now. Danny O'Reilly worked construction in Brooklyn, never married, struggled with alcohol, died in 1981, cirrhosis, only 56 years old. That one hit Michael hard. He blamed himself, said he should have stayed in better touch, should have helped more. Hank Culver became a farmer like his father. Virginia, married, 3 kids, quiet life, peaceful life, still alive as I write this. He and Michael talk on the phone sometimes. Not often, but sometimes. Michael never talked about the war publicly, never went to veterans events, never marched in parades, never told war stories to anyone except the crew. But he wrote letters to the families of the men who died, Lieutenant Morrison's widow, Lieutenant Harrison's mother, all of them, every year, anniversary of their deaths. Just a short note, remembering, honoring, saying he hasn't forgotten. And he visited their graves when he could. Morrison's in Philadelphia. He went every December 22nd, the anniversary, put flowers on the grave, stood there for a while, remembering his friend, his commander. He never forgot, never moved on, not really. He built a life around the war, a good life, a full life, but always with that weight, that knowledge, that survivor's guilt. But he was happy. I want you to know that. Despite the nightmares, despite the guilt, despite the scars, he was happy. He loved Dot deeply, completely, for 52 years, until the day he died. She was his anchor, his light, his reason. He loved his kids, was so proud of them. Joseph became a lawyer, Maria a nurse, Anthony a teacher. Good people, good lives, the future he fought for. He loved his grandchildren, 8 of them eventually, spoiled them rotten, taught them to play ball, told them stories, not about war, but about growing up in South Philly, about Dot, about baseball, about working with your hands, about being kind. He loved his life, the garage, the neighborhood, Sunday dinners with family, baseball games, simple things, normal things. The life he dreamed about in that frozen Belgian forest in 1944. He got everything he wanted, everything he fought for, the peace, the normalcy, the family, the future. Was it easy? No. Did he struggle? Yes. Did the war haunt him? Always. But he made it, built something good, something worth all that suffering. And when he died at home, in his garage, working on a car, doing what he loved, quick, painless, the death every soldier hopes for, quick and painless, not burning, not screaming, just there one moment, gone the next. At his funeral, hundreds of people came, family, friends, customers, people whose cars he'd fixed, kids he'd coached, lives he'd touched. The crew came, the 3 who were left, Hank, and 2 guys from other tank crews, old men now, bent, gray, crying. They told stories about Michael, about the war, about survival, about brotherhood, about the man who kept them alive. And I understood, finally understood, who my brother was, what he carried, what he survived, what he built from those broken pieces. He was a hero, Not because of the medal, not because of the combat, but because he survived and built something good anyway, because he loved and was loved, because he made the most of his second chance. That's heroism, real heroism, not dying gloriously in battle, but living gloriously in peace, taking your damage, your scars, your trauma, and building a life anyway, a good life, a life that honors the fallen by being worth living. Michael Russo, my brother, veteran, husband, father, grandfather, mechanic, coach, friend, Staff Sergeant, United States Army, Bronze Star recipient, survivor of the Battle of the Bulge, tank commander, leader, brother to his crew. He served, he survived, he lived, he loved, he built something good from terrible circumstances. And when he died knowing he'd done what he set out to do, married Dot, raised his kids, built his garage, lived his life, made it all mean something. The diary ends. But the story continued for 52 more years. Years of marriage and children and grandchildren and work and baseball and laughter and love and life. Good years, full years, years worth fighting for, years worth surviving for. He got his future, the one he dreamed about, the one he fought for, the one he barely believed was possible. He got it all, and he made it count. That's the ending he deserved, the ending he earned. Rest in peace, Mikey. Your war is over. Your battle is done. You made it home. You lived, you loved, you won. And we'll remember, always remember, who you were, what you did, what you survived, what you built. Thank you for your service, for your sacrifice, for your life, for being my brother. We love you. We remember you. We honor you forever. This diary is dedicated to all the tank crews of the 3rd Armored Division, the Spearhead Division, the men who fought in France and Belgium and Germany, the men who survived, and especially the men who didn't. May they never be forgotten. Michael Russo, 1920-1997, husband, father, grandfather, veteran, hero, man, rest in peace.